All right. I'm assuming that everybody, including Max, is here, even though Max hasn't muted. So, is Max here?
I'm here.
Cool. All right. So, welcome back. We jumped right back into our Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Last we had left off, you guys undertook the quest, the mission to go back to the wastelands and seek out both members of Drimtalon, the ancient brass dragon that you had found fallen before, and seek out what might have been left of his brood. Hunting down, finding tracks throughout the wastelands, following the signs of battle and dragon activity, you stumbled upon a hiding hole of a few of the survivors from the clash between the brass and green dragons. One specifically, Winifred. She spoke to you after you had convinced her of your good intentions and agreed to assist you however she could in the reincarnation of Drimtalon. Making your way back as mist, flying faster than even the brass dragon could, you made it back to where Drimtalon had fallen, slain in the battle against the green dragons. His last act, you learned to collapse and cave in the entrance to the main brass dragon lair, so that their enemies could not gain access to it and whatever may lie within. Upon approach, you witnessed a swarm of vultures of varying sizes, creating a cloud of feathers and plumage in the air around, directly above where Drimtalon lies, and the colossal vulture that is standing atop the partially unburied corpse of the brass dragon, its talons digging into the flesh, its beak and face covered with the days-old gore. You can see the signs of scars, burns, battles, skirmishes with the brass dragons adorning this massive creature. You guys are still as mist. You can still move pretty quickly, however, to retake your solid forms, you do need to spend a minute to unmystify. So, that's about where we are. You guys are coming up on the scene here. Everything in this area, you can see where the color changes, the different bit. That's where remember how it was a sinkhole that led down to where Drimtalon is? That's at a lower elevation than everything else around it. You also notice some nice marks there. Those are some of the large towers that surround the area. The pillars. You guys are there. So, we're not in combat yet. What are you guys doing? Occasionally, a vulture from above will get bold and try to fly down towards the corpse of the dragon where the colossal vulture is feeding, and periodically you will hear a shrill, piercing shriek that kind of jars your senses, from emanating from the colossal vulture within the kind of sinkhole there. You could see the occasional large wing break the break over your plane of view, but you guys are all wind right now. What are you guys doing? Or if there are any questions, let me know.
I was thinking, let's just zoom around this wind and then like try to time it so that it comes off, and then we just like, crash into the vulture thing. But we're incapacitated while we're changing.
Yeah, he
so,
can't. Yeah.
I was just adding that if anybody else was also thinking of silly things like that. Probably just me. Anyway, I guess I would move to behind the closest pillar to us on the outside there.
Okay.
And
So-
start to change back.
Gotcha. All right. Anybody else?
Would it really be that
Is it
foolish of me to like hover on top of it? Because I kind of do want to get on it.
I was thinking
wanna-
something similar,
You
but
wanna hover
not on top of it. That was a better
So-
idea.
Over it? So
Yeah.
let's see. One would be how far, because obviously you will be falling. And how does that work? Let me look
I
at
don't
the
want to be
spell.
too high on top of it because I don't want to, hurt myself. What if I happen to land on it? But
So you know, if you are like above it, there's also the massive flock of vultures that is circling above that area. So what you're suggesting is placing yourself between the colossal vulture and all
Mhm.
of the above.
hmm
Okay, just letting you know that's what you're saying.
because
I mean,
I hate freaking flying creatures though because I can't fly myself.
Can't get them. You could, at the help of a wizard.
Yeah, if only you
Yeah,
had one of those.
I don't have fly.
Damn it!
I didn't have it. We were just going after dragons and stuff. Didn't expect to need. So is that what you're doing?
Yeah, sure, it might be a bad idea, but
It might
yeah,
be. It
yeah.
might be.
It's not like it's the first time I'm doing bad
It's
decisions.
not the first bad idea I've ever had, and it won't be the last. Alright. So, like, about there? You want to be above. How far above the colossal vulture do you wish to be? As
Maybe
you are.
can you get me a little bit lower?
Sure. Like, well, how far?
I don't know how to say
How
describe
many
it.
meters then?
You think I do meters here?
How many
How
units
many
of
feet?
measurement? I don't know.
How many
How many
bananas?
Neredions? How many Neredions up do you want to be? How many
Well,
times your own height would you like to be up?
Okay, that's fine. Maybe that's fine. Yeah.
Will she take
Okay.
damage from this current drop? If it succeeds.
Yes. Do you want to? Do you want to be like close above it?
Yeah, close above it because I
Close
don't want to
above it?
hurt myself at least
sure.
too
She doesn't
much.
wanna hurt
if I
herself.
do.
Okay, understood. So we'll say that you are, you're maybe 10 feet
10
or so
feet.
above it.
10 feet.
Yeah, 10 feet or so above it. Which, at that stage, as you get into position and also, I'm not exactly sure how this is going to work when you start to turn back, so you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like,
either.
at what point does she fall? Like, you're part mist, part not. I don't know if you can fly. So, alright, so I'm going to look up and read what incapacitated means.
I think it just means you can't
Because
move
that's.
or do anything,
see.
right?
Yeah, it should probably mean
Can't
It's like
take,
stunned.
Can't take actions or reactions. That's all it says. Incapacitated can't take actions or reactions.
You can move then? What the fuck?
You can move.
That doesn't make
Yeah, you can. You
That's
can move.
crazy.
It says.
That's crazy.
I mean, yeah, you can move.
I guess that's the difference
while
between
you're
stunned.
turning back, I guess.
Yeah, there's difference.
So reverting takes a minute, during which time you're incapacitated and can't move.
Oh, and can't move. So the spell
And can't
specifies you
move.
can't move.
Yeah, the spell specifies you can't move. It gives incapacitated and can't move. While in the cloud form, you have a flying speed of 300 feet. It takes a minute to get out of it. So I'll say while you are in the form, you still have the fly speed. Doesn't give you a hover. Hover is what would allow you to stay in the air without a while you're flying, right? Because otherwise, like things like birds, if you like knock it down while it's flying, it'll fall.
Oh,
But
right.
if you knock down like an air elemental that has hover, an air elemental wouldn't fall because it has the hover little trait. So this doesn't give you the hover trait. So it's basically at what point do you start to fall? Incapacitated, can't move. I'll say the simplest thing would be once you get out of the form, you fall, I guess. If you make it out of the form. But that's my ruling because this is a kind of a weird thing. Oddly enough, Windwalk doesn't specify. What happens if your players decide to take back their normal form in midair? If a creature is in cloud form and flying when the effect ends, the creature descends 60 feet per round for a minute until it lands, which it does safely. If it can't land after a minute, it falls the remaining distance. When the effect ends, is reverting the effect ending?
I'd probably say that makes sense. You're ending the effect of the spell.
Because would the effect be like the duration of the spell itself, like the 8-hour duration, or would it be?
It says you land safely too. So it seems like with its ruling, it's not designed so that when the spell is running out, you to plummet to your death.
That's when the spell is running out, yes, but what about actually reverting? Because you guys aren't ending the spell when you revert, you know?
But it probably follows the same ruling, because it doesn't.
Oh,
it doesn't
that's another thing. You could just end the spell if you wanted to and have everyone drop their form.
But I didn't cast it, so
do you want to do that? It would get you into the... It would stop this whole needing to wait a minute thing.
Isn't it?
It is true, and that kind of makes sense because we would see this probably and be in a bit of a rush to stop them.
I mean, I was asking if I could end it because I don't know. It doesn't say that I do spell save. You can't end them.
Is it concentration?
It's not concentration.
It's not concentration? Holy shit!
No, but I think that you could. Let me look that up too. But I think that you can end a spell at any time.
I think you
If
can
it's
only
not-
stop.
If it's not concentration, then
Oh, hold on. You can't normally dismiss a spell that you cast unless A, its description says you can, or B, it requires concentration and you decide to end your concentration. Otherwise, a spell's magic is unleashed on the environment, and if you want to end it, you need to cast dispel magic on it.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's out there. The magic
It's
is
out
wild.
there. The magic is out there.
You've already released it.
You've released the magic that... This really does seem like it should be some sort of concentration, though. That's kind of crazy.
is the vulture currently like on the ground, kinda? Or is it?
It's in... So, the big sinkhole that you had first found Drimtalon, and it's down in that. It has Drimtalon's corpse partially uncovered and is picking away at it.
Well, okay. Can I change where I am?
Where do you want to be?
Yeah. Okay. If you could put me like somewhere on the ground, like around 60 feet of it.
Okay. So, do you want to be in the sinkhole with it, or at
I don't want to
the
be in
edge?
it. I just want to
Okay.
be somewhere where 60. It's on my 60 feet range.
Okay. We'll put you there then, like standing at the edge. Or do you want to be behind a pillar, or what do you want? Like Elevorn's behind a pillar, one of the.
I'm gonna
You
be
wanna be-
brave and stand there like.
Braving it.
Yeah.
All right, Duran, Era, Duran. There's an opening above the vulture if you want it.
Oh no, I'm good.
No, okay.
There's an opening.
Look at that tag team with it. We actually both should have been on top of it, just land on it.
Just swirl around. Just stay wind. I'm staying wind. Just swirling around it.
I'm probably gonna be in front of it.
So in the hole or not? You just hold on. Give me a minute as you start to hold on. As you just appear in front of it. Where do you want to be?
Or maybe behind it. Think he'll notice?
You can notice.
You think he'll notice?
Hmm. You could take the chance. There's a chance it doesn't notice.
You do have resistance to damage from non-magical weapons.
You do. Till it pulls out Excalibur on you.
No! The vulture has Excalibur. That'd be perfect.
So-
You'd be a fool to do that. Then I will have Excalibur.
Right? Then you'll have Excalibur, yeah.
I'll risk it. I'll put it behind.
Behind
Put it
it?
behind it.
How far behind it?
Maybe like 10 feet.
10 feet? So that's right behind it, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're right there?
That's where I'm
Okay.
gonna be.
Era, do
Risking it for the biscuit.
you want to be with Durand? Behind a pillar? On top of a pillar?
Ooh. On top of a pillar, spicy. The mage on a pedestal. That way she can
Just fireball.
By the way, Durand, it smells absolutely awful where you are right now.
Sorry, I was muted. I'd like to. Is there? Well, what's our distance again between the vultures and the big one?
Okay, so between the vultures that are flying up above and the large one?
Just from I guess where the
So there's there's a pillar there that Air is behind. There are pillars on the far end as well. The vulture and Durand right now are in about a 30-foot recess into the ground. The vultures themselves are quite high above that, maybe 100 to 150 feet, hard to tell, from ground level, so nearing close to 150, 200 above where Durand is right now. But they're also not all at the same elevation. Some are lower, some are higher, but the bulk of the cloud of vultures is about 100 feet up.
Okay.
The pillars themselves extend, some of them almost that high. I'd say the tallest one that seems like it's stable enough would be about 70, 80 feet up. But that's if you want to go on top of the pillar. Don't let Dune talk you into it.
No. I'm thinking about the consequences of actually, like falling off a pillar. But
There's a lot of stuff to fireball up there.
no,
Dozens and dozens of vultures. All in within
yeah.
fireball
So
radius.
I do want to be in a pillar, but I don't want to be near like at the same one Elevorn's at. So I do want to be
Okay,
close.
so you want to be
opposite.
this one here or one of the two far ones?
Show me again. Sorry.
There's
Alright,
two.
so
The
there's
one, yeah.
Elevorn's right there?
Yeah.
There's one
That
right
one.
there?
I'll do that
That
one.
one? Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Thank you. They haven't noticed us yet, though, right? So we're
You're
not
still
like
in, so yeah.
But you want to be on top of the pillar?
Or behind it.
Oh
You want to be on the ground behind
no,
it or on top?
no, on top. On top is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Alrighty. Well, in that case, Duran, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw
Oh.
against the horrid stench of this colossal vulture.
Uh, 21.
Okay. You are fine. You've smelled similar.
Similar. Don't know if worse, but definitely similar.
Definitely similar. So you're all changing back, right? These are the locations that you have chosen to drop your mist form and revert to your physical bodies, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I have some dice to roll. Okay. Okay. So, 10, 20 seconds pass, and you can feel the gravity, the weight beginning to return to your bodies. About half a minute begins to pass, and you can notice the mist beginning to begin to take on the form of your body, going from transparent to translucent, and as the shape and color returns, a couple of you seem to have been spotted. Nerdia and Elevorn, you hear, well, all of you hear the sound of the vultures being whipped into a little bit of a frenzy. A couple begin to dive down towards the colossal vulture as they had been this entire time. But instead of heading towards where the dragon is, Daran, you notice the massive vulture flare out its wings and shriek up towards the other ones, as it's been doing this whole time, driving them away until it's had its fill. But they're not going for the dragon, they're going for you. Which, you are still incapacitated if you decide to continue, so they're going to swoop down and take attacks at you, which, since you're still part mist, I guess, you still have resistance to, right, Elevorn?
I assume so.
Yeah.
The spell says they do. So
Okay. So against you, 21 to hit.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Let's just roll the attack rules. 10. No, I'm assuming.
No.
17
Neither.
and 10 again. So 1 hits, which you take half damage from. Swooping through, beaks and talons lashing out at you, you take 3 points of piercing damage. That's halved already.
Okay.
And the vultures return to the sea. As this flurry of talons and beaks and fluttering wings goes on, the colossal vulture cranes its neck to turn and look behind you. You can see the flesh and blood covering its beak and face, some tendrils of sinewy dragon muscle hanging from its open mouth, as it turns its head kind of curiously at the blue dragonborn now taking shape right behind it. Begins to turn and step down off of the carcass of the brass dragon in your direction. Era, you also seem to have been spotted, as you are almost as high up as these vultures. One swoops down out of curiosity and lashes out at you with its talons. That is a 17 to hit. Yes? The 17 hit, Era?
17, yeah.
Okay. So you also take half damage, so you take 7 points of slashing. Swoops down, slashes, and flies back. About 10 seconds as Netedion, Elevorn, you both finish and find yourselves gaining control function over your bodies as you have reverted. Duran, you are just about there, as well as Era. The colossal vulture turns and with a large crushing talon is going to reach out and attempt to grab you, Duran. That is a 24 to hit.
Yes.
Alright. You still have some bit of resistance as you still are in part cloud form, but right now, let's see. You take 17 halved to 8. 8, round down. 8 points of damage. And you are grappled. So, as you finally regain your solid form, you do so in the clutches of this bloodied, gory talon of the colossal vulture. And at this point, we're going to roll initiative. Couldn't have had a starting position, I think. It's exactly what you wanted.
As intended.
Uh-huh. Ha! I got you right where I want you. Let me know those initiatives.
21.
All right.
11.
All right.
12.
Okay.
7.
Nice. So, it's weird that, like, our dexterous Netedion, who never fails in stealth, never fails in acrobatics, always seems to roll terribly on initiative.
That and the perception rolls.
Yeah, but perception isn't a dexterity-based
I know.
roll.
It's like my dice hate me. I don't know. They troll me. I'm gonna melt them all.
Durand, you are grappled, held in the clutches of this colossal vulture. The smell, pretty bad, but at this time you've kind of gotten used to it, as odd as that may seem, though you can still taste it. What are you doing? You're currently grappled?
I'm exactly where I want to be because I'm going
Great.
to use enlarge.
Oh, alright.
Oh my.
Where's my big Durand?
Big boy Durand.
You made a big Duran for enlarge? No way.
I don't know, I'm just... Out with the old and with the big.
No way there's a big Durand.
Big Durand. See? There's small, there's big Durand. There's not big Durand.
That is incredible.
Well, I mean, Nemo made it, so... Alright, so you cast Enlarge on yourself, or on the vulture. I guess I should have asked. Who are you casting Enlarge on?
Wait,
you
what?
or the vulture? Are you
What the
casting it on you or the vulture? I guess I just...
True.
Yeah,
use
do
it
the
on the
vulture.
Yeah. You're too big now.
There's also reduce, I suppose, but I'm not a man that takes that many risks.
So, oh yeah, because there would be a chance that it doesn't. This is guaranteed.
Exactly. We go for the guarantee. At least for my second choice after I've already made a mistake.
Okay. So, I will say, you cast Enlarge. You're still grappled. But it doesn't seem as it shrieks, as it had shrieked into your face. A little bit of spittle and gore from what it had just been consuming, splattering across your cheek. It does not appear as if you would any longer fit down the vulture's throat. So there's that.
That's a win, I suppose.
It now has to tear you up.
Yeah, now it has to put you in at least 2 pieces. Alright. So that's your action to cast Enlarge. All of the benefits that come with that are yours. Which I want to see what these benefits are. You get bigger, I know.
It's just an increase in damage, slight, and advantage on strength checks and saving throws.
Okay. Well, breaking a grapple is one of those, so that's good, I guess.
Yeah, but that will have to wait till next turn. However, with my bonus action,
Mhm.
let's do a couple more slight guarantees here. Sanctuary on myself.
Okay. And that's 2 concentration spells, correct?
Sanctuary is not concentration.
Broken.
It is.
But you can't attack, can you?
I can't attack, no. But that's fine,
Okay.
because I can't attack right now anyway.
So it's just for this round coming up. At least. Alright. Is that it?
Yeah.
Alright, well, might not be a bad thing that you did that, because up next is, in fact, the Colossal Vulture. Who? You could feel the grip of the talons squeezing in around you, or maybe, I guess, attempting to, as it has to make a wisdom save?
Yeah, it has to try.
Yeah, it has to try. As it turns out, wisdom is not one of this thing's best stats. Not its worst, but not its best. That is a 13. 13 on its wisdom save.
I'm sorry, I missed the last little bit. 13
for the wisdom save?
13 does... I don't think... What is my wisdom?
What's your DC?
What's my DC? That's a good question. Why isn't it like say it here somewhere? Oh, I see it. It's 15, so no.
Okay, so no. Second attack, it's going to jut down with its head, the sharp, almost like teeth-like cuttings in its beak. Reaching out to bite you. That is another 13 on the wisdom save.
Holy, that's good.
Just can't quite seem to do it. But what it can do, without needing a roll, is begin to beat the massive wings, the wingspan larger than that of many dragons that you've seen, and take to the sky. With Durand in tow for Talon, begins to fly and hover. Durand got stuck in his. There we go. There we go. It's holding you.
Oh, nice.
All right. That's its turn. That brings us to you, Era. From atop the pillar, you begin to see dust being kicked up by the wing beats of this colossal vulture as it begins to come into view, as it begins to fly up out of the sinkhole. You can see Durand clutched within its talons.
It's starting to ascend, correct?
Yeah, it's
So,
it's
is
above the
there-
ground right now. It's about 30 feet up above the ground, about level with the ground that Nedidion is on, but because it was in that sinkhole, it's still 30 feet above the bottom of
Okay.
that.
Could I position a fireball where the main target would be the center one, but do it in a way where it's above it so that it can kind of leave pressure to like not fly
Go
off?
up.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All
And
right.
then if I can hit the other ones as well for me,
Alright.
if possible.
Yeah, it looks like those two,
Two?
especially the one. Yeah, you could
Cool.
hit both of those and the colossal vulture. It's big enough, I guess, that you could singe its top bits without getting Durand.
Okay, can I make it level 6?
You can make it whatever level you want, provided you have the
Yay.
spell slots.
I do.
So, a level 6 fireball. Alright, we'll start with the colossal vulture on its dexterity saving throw. That is a 10. -1, that's a 9. And then the two vultures, that's a natural 1 for one of them, and an 18 for the other. So one of the vultures saved, the colossal and the other vulture do not.
Would be 48 damage.
48 points of damage. Okay. So, the two vultures, even the one that managed to fly back in time to avoid the brunt of it, disintegrated, ashed, gone. Durand, you hear and feel the explosion and the heat wave from the massive fireball that was sent off from Era. You feel the shuddering and the colossal vulture being knocked a bit off of its balance in midair, and it ceases its ascent as you begin to smell the burning feathers and flesh that's about 5-10 feet above you. 48 points of
Fried
damage.
vulture.
Nice. Yum yum.
Yum yum.
And it falls down. Is that your turn, Era? Do you have anything else to do?
Could I activate Flames of Phlegethos?
Sure. So, using residual bits from the magic of the fireball that you had just expent, the flames begin to wreath your body. You're staying on top of the pillar, I'm guessing? No reason to jump down just yet?
No, I'm good there.
All right. Netadian, your turn.
Yay! I want to use polymorph on the big vulture.
Oh dear, what's the range of that? 60 feet?
60 feet.
Yeah, it's like, since I said it's about at the level as you are right now, that's good enough. So what are you attempting to polymorph the colossal vulture into?
I mean, yeah, I've seen many creatures, kind of, but I think I don't want anything that's flying, even if a small bird, it'd be annoying, but bunny.
A bunny.
A
All right.
bunny.
So this
I'm
is...
sorry, Dorot, if this works. I'm sorry.
So this is the spell that Elevorn put in the ring, correct?
Yeah.
All right. That is a 13.
Yeah, it saves.
Well, is it... How does the ring... Let me see. Does the ring say it's your DC or the DC of the person that cast the spell into it? Because that would be different. Let me see. It's been a while since I've looked at the ring of spells storing. It's been with us for a long time.
Yeah.
Do I even have a doc for it?
I mean, you probably should have
I
something
probably
about...
should. I think it was one of the ones that like I wrote down on the index card and like sent you a picture of. I don't know if I
Yeah, and I
ever
usually
translated
save
it.
everything. But I'm not finding it.
Yeah, I don't have it in
Or is it this one? Actually, I found the picture.
Okay.
Should I put it on the chat?
Yeah, sure.
It was just kind of named funnily, so I wasn't sure first. It's on the...
Alright, yeah, that was a long time ago. The spell uses the slot level, DC, attack bonus, and spellcasting ability of the original caster. So,
Ooh.
what is your spell save DC, Elevorn? Nimue, are you here?
If she's a little busy, can't we kind of just calculate it for her? Isn't it like...
I guess I need to... I think I do have her thing somewhere around here. That's Era. Let's see. That's Durand. That's Neredion. There's Elevorn. let's see. Spell save DC is wisdom plus 8 is 16, so higher than what it did. So it does not save. So you said what? A bunny?
Yeah, a bunny.
All right. So as the colossal vulture with you in its talon is flying up and up and up, the fireball hits. Neredion focuses the ring and the spell within it on the colossal vulture. Durand, the talons, you feel yourself no longer being restrained by them. However, you are free falling now.
Shit.
With a small white hair just kind of looking at you wide-eyed, scared, like on your chest as you're falling back first.
Amazing.
30 feet down.
Just rotate yourself so you squish it.
So, yeah, right?
Yeah, then it'll just turn back.
Durand,
Yeah, but it's gonna
you
be.
take 3d6 points of damage from falling. You take 13 points of falling damage, as does the bunny, which instantly turns back into the colossal vulture upon landing.
Wait. If it was falling, couldn't it have broken its fall?
You wanted to... Okay. Well, okay. So it doesn't take damage because it fell on you? Is that how that works?
Yeah, I'll be like holding it.
You
I'll
are
take the
a
brunt.
nice cushy... You don't
Well, I
take
mean,
any
like,
da- you
I
don't-
hold it, so that I fall and I take
Oh,
the
you're
damage
trying to-
for it. Trying to
The
protect it.
damage for it? Trying to protect it. That wouldn't eliminate all of the damage. You can't just survive a fall of any height because somebody's holding you.
I suppose that is true. I guess.
So the question then is, one, how many hit points does a bunny have?
I think it's like
Not a lot.
Not a lot. So
Probably
even
has
if I
like two.
did say that you managed to take the brunt of it and shield it and it took like half damage, that would still be 6 points of damage.
yeah. I think that's
which is probably more than enough.
More than
I will
enough,
say
yeah.
that it's prone though, so it's
Okay.
on top. It is prone.
Does it
on
have to
top
be
of
on
you,
top
bro.
of me?
You were taking the brunt of the damage.
Damn it.
You were trying to shield each fall.
I said that's why I said you should make it so
Try to
that
squish
you
it.
fall.
That's what you wanted. This is what you wanted.
I asked for this.
All of this so
You
far has
asked
been
for
exactly
this.
what you wanted.
Yeah, this is all according to plan.
All right, so it does
All
take damage,
according to
though.
Keikaku.
Okay, cock.
It does take the leftover damage from what the bunny did not take.
Hell yeah.
So, yeah.
I'm gonna yell again. I'm so sorry.
I totally forgot about
No,
that. No, I
didn't for
Wait, what
it,
was
but I
what was
had
the
to
damage
take a
again?
risk.
16?
Yeah, 13. You took 13 points.
I had to take the risk. And at this
That's
point,
cool. Holy shit. It does the concentration check, so I can never forget it. It does a concentration check for me.
Oh, it automatically just says your concentration check was this?
Yeah.
Did you succeed?
I succeeded, yeah.
Okay.
It was a let's see. It's a 15.
Yeah, you succeeded.
Yeah, okay, just making sure. It says, but I don't know if it actually, works.
All right. So,
so it's no longer a bunny, and
It is no
since
longer-
that spell ended, it's not. It was a concentration spell, but
Yeah,
since
it-
it took damage, it's no longer a concentration anymore. So I can do bonus action hex on it.
yes, you can. So, which stat are you choosing?
Again, it's really not that. It doesn't. It
Maybe
never
not.
seems too important, but never. But Dex,
Dex, all right.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's very
So-
important.
I mean, it
With a wizard.
might be. Yeah.
Well, it's
but-
not saving throws, it's checks.
Yeah, it's checks. They rarely come up in our fights, but you never know. So it's Dex because yeah.
All right, sounds good. So, Bunny no longer bunny, on the floor prone, took some damage. Durand, you are currently pinned underneath the part of the lower half of this colossal vulture that is a little bit stunned, but is making its way back to its feet just in time for Elavorn's turn. Elavorn the unicorn.
Elavorn, the unicorn.
Okay.
This is fine. Everything so far has been fine.
It has
Exactly
taken
right.
damage.
It has taken damage.
So how far away from them am I? More than 120 feet?
I don't think more than 120, no. You're trying to get to them? You're trying to do something else? You're not more than 120 feet away.
Okay, just move me all of my movement towards them, I guess.
Alright. So you begin to head down into the sinkhole area, part galloping, part kind of sliding down the embankment. What's your base movement? 60?
60. Mhm.
Okay. That'll be your movement without dash.
Okay, gonna use my bonus action to put the shimmering shield on Durand.
Okay. So you feel the aura of unicorn protection surround you as you are
Plus
currently engulfed in +2 armor class, and then what's the healing bit?
1d6 at the start of
1d6
its
at
turn.
the start of the turn. Okay. So you have +2 AC, and you get a d6 of healing at the start of your turn, Durand.
I'm unstoppable.
I'm unstoppable. Alright. I just realized I didn't use the wisdom save for gravity to affect you. For your
Wisdom
sanctuary.
For gravity.
Yeah, the fall
That
damage.
work?
No, it doesn't. Why would the fuck would that work?
I don't know. Maybe gravity should have a disadvantage on hitting me.
Maybe gravity doesn't want to hurt me this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are divine powers from God, okay? Maybe
Alright.
Bahamut's divine force steps in and makes me not take damage from falling.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Alright, what else, Elavorn?
Thinking about it, I don't really have anything else to do, so I will just dash over to him, I guess.
Okay. Sure. Alright, is that your turn? Alright, so basically you're running into a cloud of dust that was kicked up by Durand, and this vulture hitting the ground, and the thrashing of the wings and talons of the colossal vulture as it makes its way back to its feet. But you make your way up to Durand and the vulture. Is that your turn?
Can I also assume like a threatening posture towards
A
the.
threatening
I
unicorn
mean, it doesn't
posture?
do anything, but just like I've
What
got
was a threatening?
like my hoofs are out further to the side and my head's down
Ah,
a little,
gotcha.
and I'm
So
squinting my eyeballs
this
at
is
you.
a wide.
Ears
You're
I'm angry.
behind and
you're
everything.
taking on the persona of the horse from Rapunzel, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Understood. Next up are the vultures. We're going to fly down at the unicorn, squawkling and bockling all the way. All right, first attack against you, Elevorn, in your unicorn form without the shimmering shield is a 21 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is 6 points of slashing damage. Second attack from the first one with its talons is a 22 to hit.
I don't suppose I can use.
No. Let's.
It
do
says
you want to
nothing
Captain
here.
America it? It says,
says
nothing here about being
No, I know.
pinned prone beneath a giant vulture. I can do it. I can still help.
You're right, god damn.
I will allow you to attempt to Captain America your shield, except it doesn't come back. If you
Damn.
want to throw your shield to
we
try to...
We have to take next time we come to town, I need to think about how to Captain America my shield.
The
That's a
ribbons
thing.
of returning.
Yeah, attach the ribbons of
Yeah.
returning to your shield
you
instead
can
of...
get them. Meridian can give you
They're
them.
designed for weapons, but I don't see why it couldn't be used for a shield.
That's
To an
genius.
extent.
Oh my god.
Let's do it. Hold on. Can we retcon and say that I did that already?
No.
Let's go back.
We'll do that after.
All right. So, 22 to hits as well. You take 8 points of slashing. The second vulture. It is a 15 to hit with its beak.
No. Go
15
away.
does not hit.
How dare you?
How dare you? And the second attack is a 23 to hit
Yeah, okay.
with the talons. Yeah, okay, that's how you dare. All right.
I'll use a psionic field, the shield on it.
So that lowers it by a d6, or how does that work?
I roll a die to see how much damage it takes away from the damage.
All right, go ahead and roll your psionic die. The damage right now unmitigated is 6.
I rolled a 6.
All right, so as the talon goes into strike, these shadowy psychic energy just stops it and pulls it back. And yeah, nothing.
You get a little
That is-
unicorn cheer, like getting things.
So a little bit back on the. After your turn, Elevorn, the vulture would have used a legendary action to move. Half of its movement is to stand up, unproning itself. And it turns to face you as it towers above one of the talons, still now placed over Duran's chest. At the end of the vulture's turn, it is going to use another legendary action. 2 of its legendary actions, actually, to use its Shrill Cry ability. I need, let's see, Durand, Elevorn, and Neredian, also within range, to make a Constitution saving throw. As that shrill, piercing cry that you had heard before, now much closer to it. If you could cover your ears, you would. You can almost feel something bursting within your head just from the sheer volume. And after it ceases its cry, you're left with a pretty nasty ringing in the ears.
Is this something it does outside of its turn?
It's a legendary action, yeah.
Oh, okay. Constitution saving.
13.
Okay.
23. Unless I don't add anything, right? I mean, he's prone, but does he still have an aura?
If you're near me, +2.
Yeah,
So
it does.
still
The prone does not get rid of his aura.
See, you can still help.
Yeah.
You can still help. You're still kind of useful.
You're still useful.
I didn't mean it like that.
Mine is a 17.
17. All right. Elevorn, you save. Durand and Neredian, you do not. And the two of you are stunned.
Yay! Does stun take away the
I don't think it does anything to your
concentration.
concentration. It doesn't do anything to concentration, I think. It just basically skips your next turn, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me look it up.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah. A stunned creature is incapacitated, so no actions or reactions, cannot move, and can speak only falteringly. The creature automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws, and attack rolls against the creature have advantage.
Okay. So it does nothing to concentration.
No, you're still concentrating.
Okay.
You're just stunned. That
And
moves us to...
can I use Channel Divinity?
Is that an action?
Well, see, it says you can use your Channel Divinity to mentally push through the feelings of your body when you are stunned, restrained, or paralyzed at the start of your turn. You may use an action to end one such effect on yourself.
That sounds specifically like exactly talking about this situation, so... So you would use an action. That would still be your action, right? That's what it says.
Mm-hmm.
So you could use an action to get rid of... to not be stunned, but then you're left with just your bonus action and whatever else you have.
I mean, it would be more just to not get the shit beat out of me next turn.
That's
'Cause
true.
The alternative is just
That's
taking
a good
bunch of
point. Maybe there might be some argument there for making that a bonus action, because what's the point of getting rid of stun if it just uses your action anyway? But that's something to think about later.
If it does,
in the middle
yeah,
either.
we could do it after. My mentality is it'd probably be a reaction, because you can get stunned outside of your turn, so you consume your
you get
reaction.
paralyzed and everything outside of your turn too. Yeah. And one charge and a charge of your Channel Divinity. But for now, we're doing it as written, so you still want to do that?
Yeah, I'll take my action to not get the shit beat out of me and stand up.
All right. So half your movement to stand up. You also get a d6 of hit points from the Shimmering Shield.
Woo! Why did I put a plus? I don't know why I put a plus. Oh, because I put 2. Whoops. Okay, so that is 6. 6. Action. Wait, it was my turn, right? I'm not doing this outside of my
It is your turn, yes.
Okay, what do I have as bonus actions here? I don't really have anything.
Nothing?
I'm good. Yeah, I did what I wanted to do.
Okay. So, the end of your turn brings us to initiative count 20. From the swarming mass of vultures overhead, 2 more swoop down. One towards Neredian, one towards Era. They just show up, they don't attack. It's not their turn yet. Alright. That then leads us to the Colossal Vulture, who is going to, still focused on Durand, it would seem, at this point. It's going to attack. That is a 13 to hit.
So do the wisdom save first, I guess.
Oh,
or unless you
wisdom
want
save.
to use
Okay,
that.
I'll
that's
use
fine.
that roll as a wisdom save. That's a 4 for a wisdom save.
Okay. It does not.
It does not. So that's 3 times now it's not been able to. So it will turn its focus to the unicorn.
No.
That is, are you using your reaction,
Yes.
Durand? Alright, so it would have been a 28 to hit, however, has to re-roll it, yeah?
Yes.
It is instead a 16.
Yes. It saves, right?
Yeah.
Does 16 still hits?
Yeah, it's 16
Oh,
exactly.
no.
No!
Oh,
Damn it!
no.
Oh, whatever.
Alright, so it lunges down with the beak. That you're able to get your shield in front and deflect it, but it still scrapes with the bottom jaw a score across the sort of shoulder and back of Elevorn's unicorn form. Elevorn, you take... Where are my D4s? There we are.
It isn't magical, right? Because I have
It is.
resistance.
It is not
Unless
magical.
it is magical.
No, it's not magical. You have resistance to non-magical attacks?
Yeah, bludgeoning, piercing,
It is not
slashing.
magical. Yep. Alright, so you will take half damage from this. So you would have taken 15 points of damage, but instead 7. And that is the Colossal Vulture's turn. Next up is Era. With the vulture in your face. The scuffling going on in the pit below, around, and near on top of the corpse of Drimtalon. What are you doing, Era?
I'm ignoring the one in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna pretend it doesn't exist, and I'm gonna
Mhm.
fireball at level.
Okay.
I want to hit between the big vulture and Neri, like if I can AoE that area.
Okay. 20-foot radius? Yeah, you could.
Just fireball.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay, so you're trying to hit basically as much as you can in that area?
Yes.
You wouldn't be able to hit... You'd be able to hit all 3 that are down there. So the Colossal Vulture and the 2 smaller ones that are near Elevorn. Or you would be able to hit the Colossal Vulture and the one near Neredion. You can't get all 4, just because of the change in elevation. As
So
they're
then, okay. So then the 3, the
Okay.
yeah, the one near
What level are you casting this at?
5th level.
5th level. Alright, Colossal Vultures. Its wisdom saving throw is a 12.
Does not save.
Does not save. The first of the smaller ones is a 20 minus a d4 from Durand is a 17. I think that does save, yeah.
No, it needs
No?
DC 19.
Your DC is 19. How is your DC 19?
Yeah, it's 19. Click on wizard spells?
Explain.
Mhm.
No.
Alright, so
That's 19.
let's see. What is your proficiency bonus?
Proficiency is 6.
6. What level are you?
13?
13 shouldn't have a proficiency bonus of 6.
Let me see.
And I know you have the Iron Stone of Mastery. I think that gives you a proficiency bonus, right?
Oh, okay.
+1.
Go to the inventory. Look at the iron stone.
I think. I'm just wondering how, like, what your stuff is calculating it as.
Yeah, just 1 proficiency bonus on the ring. Let me see.
I don't think that level 13 is +4, +5. I think it's +4, unless I didn't update something
It's showing here 5 from level, 1 from Iron Mastery.
from the Iron Stone.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that checks out, because that would be +5, 6 +5 is 11 +8. So yeah.
Yeah, we have 5. Yeah, we have 5 as well, so. I just checked mine too.
13 is when it turns over to +5. Okay. Yeah. No, that's right. 19 is your DC. Holy shit. That's pretty high. So, nothing saves. Go ahead and roll your 5th level fireball damage.
We're eating good tonight. Crispy vultures. Yum yum.
53.
53 points of damage. Wow. Again, the smaller vultures just incinerated instantly. They just turned into perfectly baked oven roasted chickens, just right there. 53.
Perfectly baked, not a little bit undercooked in the middle.
It's more, if anything, perfectly cooked in the middle and really just charred on the outside.
Ah, okay, my favorite. My favorite. I love that.
Vultures actually supposedly taste like liver or either beef or I can't remember
Beef
what
liver.
other.
All right. So, from
Interesting.
this massive amount of damage that the colossal vulture just took, you could see its focus was on you two, Elevorn and Duen. The fireball occurred off to its side and engulfed around, was shaped around you as Era is capable of protecting you. However, due to the vulture taking so much damage in a turn, it gets to use a reaction. You've spooked this thing a little bit, and in a 30-foot cone in front of it, it is going to use its regurgitate reaction.
Oh no.
No!
No.
As Durand and Elevorn, I need you both to make Constitution saving throws, as you are coated in
Oh
Ew.
stomach acid, partially digested rotten meat, whatever
Bile.
other bile that comes up with.
Yo, I'm being
This
bullied by
vulture
my
has-
party. This guy. My God. I haven't inflicted a single point of damage, and I have just been attacked by everyone in my party.
Except for Elevorn.
That's true. She has healed a bit of it.
What happens if I, rolled a natural 20? Can I just, eek and step to the side a little? And
You
not
take half
really?
damage. You take
come
half
on.
damage.
I'm sorry I can't borrow you my evasion.
And it's not even a dex saving throw, so
Yeah,
it's Constitution. So I was looking up, what do I give this giant vulture, this custom created monster thing? So I was actually looking at, what do vultures do, like, you know, to defend themselves? And this is something that they legitimately do. They
That's
vomit on
in
interesting.
general.
Yeah, they
sorry.
actually do, like, vomit on
Yeah.
whatever they're... Yeah.
That's pretty interesting. I
So,
think it's kind of cool.
and some other birds do it
Yeah.
too, not
So
just
this was-
vultures.
yeah.
But it's kind of it's kind of
So I figured it's like, if you guys do more than a certain amount of damage in a single turn, it will be able to use this reaction.
That's cool. I like that.
And you beat them.
I'm not gonna. I mean, Duran's not gonna like this. It's a 15.
15. All right. Elavon, you save. Duran, you do not. So Duran, you take 37 points of acid damage,
Oh god.
and Elavon, you take half that, so you take 18 points of acid damage. So I would. Did you maintain concentration, Duran?
I'm about to figure that out. A second.
So you need to roll an 18 or higher.
That's rough. Let's see.
and I'm still stunned, so I can't do the shield.
Yeah.
Let's try this again. It is when I do the damage thing. What was it? 36?
37 points of damage.
37.
Doesn't change the DC of your concentration check.
No.
No, so Sanctuary drops.
No.
No?
Large. Sanctuary stays.
Oh, Sanctuary is not concentrate, right. So enlarge drops. So Durand is now just his normal level of big. No longer super big Durand. And it did so much for you.
Yeah.
Alright. Is that the end of your turn, Era? Do you have a bonus action or anything else you want to do? Because this is still your turn. Era, anything else?
No.
Question mark? Alright. So, at the end of your turn, the Colossal Vulture is going to use its legendary action. Some bile and stomach fluid still dripping from its beak. It's going to attack Elevorn with a Talon attack. That is an 18 to hit.
Yeah.
So you do take half damage from this, although it does pierce the talons partially into your belly as it grips you from above and you are grappled by the creature. You do take 8 points of piercing damage, and that's already halved, so 8 is what you take, and you are grappled. And that is the end of Era's turn, the end of its legendary action, which leads us to Neridian's turn. Neridian, you are stunned. At the end of your turn, you are no longer stunned.
Yay.
Elevorn, it is your turn. Actually, at the end of Neridian's turn, the Colossal Vulture is going to use a legendary action to attempt to move. Much like it did with Durand when you were within its clutches, Durand, it's going to beat its wings and begin to take to the sky. Anything?
Oh, I'm gonna try to hit him.
Alright, go for it. Immediately ending Sanctuary.
That's worth it.
Alright, let's see if you
It's
can
all
stop
part of
it.
your master plan.
Yeah,
Yeah, fuck
this vulture
Sanctuary.
is truly the smartest enemy that I've ever
It is a 22 to hit.
That does hit, yes. So, it does not move. How much damage points?
I want to do damage, man. I'm gonna use smite.
Okay.
Use.
Can you
Level-
use smite on your reaction? Is
Oh.
that just a thing you can do?
Wait, hold on. That's a good
Or
question.
it doesn't take
When
any-
you hit a creature with a melee weapon attack,
Yeah, that counts. Go for it. Add smite.
so there is. Do I just tell you the big number, the whole number?
Just tell me the... Yeah, just tell me the whole number.
I don't know if you wanted me to split off the damage.
No. It's fine.
This thing isn't fancy.
It's like
it's
a big
le-
bird.
It's leveled. It's just Big Bird, not from Sesame Street.
Not this one.
Level 3 smite, all the damage, 46.
46. Alright. Okay, that's a good chunk of damage.
I had to do something.
Yeah. Okay. So, with your blade engulfed in the divine light of Bahamut, you slash out as it begins to take to the air, enough such that it falters and comes back down to the ground. Its blood now splattered amongst the gore and regurgitated bile that is strewn about the area. So that was the end of Netadion's turn. Elevorn, it is now your turn. You are currently grappled in one of the massive talons of the colossal vulture.
Can I reach around?
What are you trying to do? Like, you guys, I guess, are in the same area, but you're being grappled.
So can I boop him with my horn or not?
Say if you reach out and he reaches out to you, you could just... Sure. So you're trying to heal Durand?
Yeah.
Alright, so Elevorn, with her unicorn form being punctured by the talons of this colossal vulture, is basically saying, it's okay, Durand, you'll be okay. And she's reaching out to heal you.
That's terrible. Can I tell you to heal yourself? Can you even?
I don't think so.
Damn. Okay. I will accept it.
Alright.
It's 18 points of healing.
Okay. Any bonus actions, anything else, Elevorn?
Yeah, I'm gonna use a third level spell slot with my bonus action to heal myself.
Sure.
And that's 14 points healed to me.
Okay. And is that the end of your turn? It's action, bonus action. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, I have something else.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm just gonna start telepathically talking in the vulture's head, just in
Uh-huh.
common or whatever. And just be like, why are you doing this? This is kind of uncomfortable. My tummy hurts. I'm just kind of incessantly
Excellent. Just being
rambling
annoying.
on.
Ow, can you please stop stabbing me with your pointy fingernails?
My, what a lovely beak you have.
Alright, at the end of your turn, Elevon, the badgering not ending, I am assuming, it is going to use its final legendary action of the round to once again take to the sky.
Damn you.
Damn you! My one weakness.
Reactions!
And fly 60 feet up. Elevon's still grappled. At the end, that brings us to the vulture's turn. There being only 2 on the field, since 2 more got cooked. One is going to swoop down and attack you, Netadian. That is a 19 to hit.
Yes.
Alright. So, with the beak coming at you, you take 10 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And now the talons. That is a 23 to hit.
Yes.
And you take 6 more points of slashing damage. Now as for you, Era, a vulture swoops down, wings splayed wide, talons out front, and it's not attacking you. It's going to try to shove you. So I need you to make either an athletics. Oh wait, no. How does shoving work? That's just an attack roll, isn't it?
Shoving, the way that we've been doing it,
Is
been
contested?
contested.
Has it been?
I'm pretty sure because
Because I thought we changed that because you had the thing with your shield, right?
the
You could
shield,
shove-
yeah, I had to make an attack roll for the attack,
Yes.
but then the bonus action shove. Is it a bonus action?
Hmm.
Creature with an opportunity. Where's Shield Master? I'm lost.
Let me see.
Yeah, bonus
Using the
action
attack
shove.
action, you can make a special melee attack to shove, either to knock it prone or push it away from you. This target must be no more than 1 size larger than you, must be within your reach. Instead of making an attack roll, you make an athletics check, Okay, so exactly how I was going to do it. So it's a contested check. It's not an attack roll. I think that your shield thing might be special because it's a feat. put
Yeah.
on. But normally, so Era, you can either make an athletics or acrobatics check as the vulture is attempting to shove you.
I'll make an acrobatics.
All right, go ahead.
9.
22, natural 20, barreling into you as you are partially distracted. You pretended it didn't exist. Well, it does. And as your focus was on blowing everything up over here, this vulture swoops into you and shoves you right off the pillar. You're falling. Do you have anything that you can do while you're falling? Any reaction, anything that might help you?
I have an action. I don't think I have a reaction. Hold on.
No.
Let me check.
Okay.
That's weird. How does the flames work?
Well,
What do you-
I imagine it would still get hit with the flames. Plagus.
It's still like a melee type attack, yeah.
Well, what if you start turning back into mist? I mean, you won't be mist
After
by the
a
time you-
minute,
No, I just mean you're beginning to. So
you
It
don't get the
might-
resistance. No, that's only
Because
when you
you're-
have it.
I know. I wasn't saying
Oh, okay.
like I was saying that it might be. I don't know how long it takes. It takes too long to fall.
Falling happens, especially from that height, 60 feet. Yeah, that's pretty much instant.
I was just trying to think of something. I don't have anything. I'm sorry.
It would need to be a reaction, not an instantaneous action, right?
Yeah, it would have to be a reaction. That's the only thing that you can do. Not on your turn, split second. Something like feather falling, or shield, that kind of thing.
Shield would increase her AC, but it wouldn't do
Armor
anything
class,
with falling.
it wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't do anything in this situation. I'm just saying that's an example
I
of
see.
a reaction.
Okay, but no, I'm just falling.
All right, so 60 feet fall, 60 foot fall. What?
I'm using my reaction to use the shield again.
For Era, okay.
Yeah,
Just
for air.
using a little bit of the telekinetic ability to maybe put some counter force and soften the blow a bit. So go ahead and roll your psionic die.
4.
4. Okay, I'll just give it this 4 then. And Era, you take 19 points of bludgeoning damage as you fall and hit the ground. The Netadion's psionic shadows partially cushioning the blow, but yeah, you are prone now. And I don't think that you were concentrating on anything, so that's that.
Would we say you could hellish rebuke that?
Depends on the wording of hellish rebuke. I thought that the flames did some damage, right? That for sure.
Well, yeah, the flames of Phlegethos does 1d4.
Alright, go ahead and roll that if you want.
1.
1 point of damage, alright.
I think hellish
Yeah.
rebuke is when an enemy does damage to you.
Yeah, it's in its
Yeah.
reaction.
If
How
I
much-
can react as I fall or before I fall, then great.
Let me read hellish rebuke.
I think
Like,
hellish
I
rebuke
like-
is when
I
something
like-
does damage.
I do like how it the
It-
flavor.
Sounds.
I like how it sounds.
Just
I
a
like
good old
the
big old
scene.
fuck you.
Oh, the big
You're
old fuck
falling,
you
yeah,
as
yeah,
you
just
fall.
flip in the way.
But it's also setting a precedent for, well, you remember when Era was falling.
But yeah, hellish rebuke is one reaction which you take in response to being damaged by a creature within 60 feet of you.
So if you want to, attack gravity, you can, but the vulture.
Damn you, gravity again!
The vulture didn't hurt you. It was the fall and sudden stop, really.
But
The
it is
vultures-
directly responsible.
Yeah, but it was if it didn't take like shoving, sure, but it was like I guess it was contested.
It was
Yeah.
Okay, so if she wasn't on a pillar and just fell onto the ground, she wouldn't have taken damage, right? So really, it's not the vulture's fault. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
why-
yeah.
Vulture's fault.
Yeah.
It's
It's
the Era was who. If you weren't on the pillar, you wouldn't have taken the fall damage at all.
If the vulture
just-
wasn't in the sky, it shouldn't
If the vulture didn't wake up this morning and come to the specific
Yeah.
spot to eat,
Why is he here? These guys shouldn't be here anyway. I think that's what this all boils down to. We don't
Yes.
think they should be here, and they want to be here.
So when this vulture drops me and I take damage and fall out of unicorn,
what happened? Why did my sound die?
Damage
that's what
done
we're
by
So
the.
what you're
yeah.
saying, like, at what point do we extend this out, right? Do we be like, you guys are walking through a jungle, and you don't see like a pitfall trap, and you fall down and you land on some spikes, and you're like, oh fuck, and you can hellish rebuke the dude that set it up. Like, is
Yeah.
that? Yeah. That's...
No.
Well,
They're minding
I
his own
was,
business
you
while
need
I'm
to be
here.
able to see
Like
that.
some, he did it like 30
Yeah,
years
it-
ago. He's like some
it-
80-year-old
it-
dude at this point.
He's like, hold on, wait. But he's not within 60 feet. He's not
he's
within
Oh,
60 feet.
60
okay.
feet, yeah.
Now,
So the
now
rules are
that's
still
the-
there for a reason, okay? Because then if not, things like this would exist. I know someone at their table tried 1000%. They tried to hellish rebuke someone responsible for a trap years ago.
I mean,
And
That's why they have the range on it, not
Exactly.
because that's why there's a range.
that's why there's a range on it.
and it has
Otherwise
to
it
be
would be
damage
infinite.
done by the person or the creature.
Mhm,
Something. But yeah, it would be kind of horrible. You're just chilling, you're on your rocking chair at home, and then suddenly you burst into flames.
For something you're like tangentially related to.
Yeah.
Like you sold the iron that made the sword that stat.
Okay, that is not. It's not that tangential here. It's in shelter off a pillar. That's not tangentially related. That's
All
very
right,
much
it's
directly.
closer. It's closer to like the trap building thing, though, isn't it?
A
Like,
little bit.
No, it shoved her off a pillar.
Okay,
And
okay.
Yeah.
all right, all right. What about
Damage.
what about? Okay, so remember that like swinging log trap thing
Would
that you
it have
guys saw?
shoved her if
What
she
if-
wasn't on
What
the
if?
pillar? No,
What if
it
there was a
wouldn't have shoved her.
kobold? What if something there like cut the rope with a pair of scissors that sent the log careening into you? Would you then be able to hellish rebuke the kobold?
Can I see
Okay.
the kobold?
Use the weapon.
I have a proposition.
Yes.
I don't know if this is what if mid like no, I mean I rolled too low. But like what if I use like a dagger to kind of like slam it into the pillar and like kind of not glide down, but like kind of
That's a.
Make it
Yeah.
slower.
Interesting.
okay. Well,
I
I'm
don't
home
think
then.
Parachute cloak.
Oh my
that
God.
and all right, I can answer all of this with the point that Dune made.
Mhm.
It's established that the pillar was 60 feet tall. That's why you took six dice worth of damage. The vulture that hit you was not on the pillar. You were on the pillar, so the vulture is beyond 60 feet away from you as you land prone.
Okay. Makes sense.
There we go. So, and that's at the moment is the only reason why you cannot do it.
Got it. Fair.
Fair. Now it's fair. Okay, cool. Because respect the range. That's what
You have to respect the range.
You have to respect the range. It's in the spell for a reason. Fucking grandpa over there setting up traps. Don't want-
No, they got grandpa.
Alright. That's the vulture's turn. It is now Duran's turn. Duran, you are 60 feet below Elevorn and the colossal vulture.
And you get healed. 1d6.
1d6. Elevorn's calling down with cupping her hooves. Don't forget your healing! As she's getting taken away.
How far is he away from me?
60.
Bastard.
Where's Gildy when you need him?
Would have never had a single opportunity in all of this madness.
No, probably not.
How does this work? I've never used it, so
What is it?
play with me here. Sickening Radiance.
Okay.
It seems to
What
be
is
like
that?
my only long range move.
Okay.
It says dim greenish light spreads within a 30-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose within range.
What's the range on it?
120.
Okay. So, yeah, it's basically like a... Huh. So it's a 30-foot radius sphere.
Yeah.
A point you choose within range. Doesn't have to be on the ground. It doesn't specify that. So you make a big old sphere of this effect. That when a creature moves into it for the first time or starts its turn there, it must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take radiant damage. And suffers a level of exhaustion.
Oh
Okay.
my god, exhaustion? Wait, this is busted. Holy hell. Can I get this in a way that I don't impact Elevorn with it?
You can, but if it brings Elevorn into it,
Damn it. Is it concentration?
would it
I could break
continue?
concentration.
It is.
It's a concentration.
It is concentration, yeah. And you can drop concentration whenever you want, so.
So I can do it just to do the damage, suffer the exhaustion, or attempt to do the damage, suffer the exhaustion, and break the
The
concentration.
the exhaustion caused by the spell go away when the spell ends. The last sentence of the spell.
Ah, okay. Last sentence, yeah.
But if you wanted to do 4d10 radiant damage,
It's the only thing that really comes to mind at the moment. And we are bold enough
bold.
to do such a thing.
Alright, so pointing your finger or sword or whatever you choose, focusing on a point above the creature, a thin beam of this greenish radiant energy extends forward until it reaches the point that you had focused on, where it expands to the 30-foot radius sphere, partially encapsulating the colossal vulture, which has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, it has to make a Constitution saving throw. DC is 15.
Doesn't have to deal with your bullshit D4 though.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That's 19 to save.
Damn it.
So the thing is still there. It doesn't say it doesn't take damage on half. It's just full
It
on
just doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't.
all
do
or
anything.
nothing. So the area is still there. It just managed to resist the initial casting of the spell.
Okay.
Is that your turn?
So would it have to save
to
again
do-
if it starts its turn there?
Moves into it for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there. We've dealt with something with
I
stuff like
think
this
we
before,
have. I think it was her
where you
flaming
guys have been
sphere.
trying to like double dip on things and stuff like that, right?
I think it was her flaming
basically
sphere.
that roll would have been like for its start of turn type stuff, because
I
the
see.
spell doesn't say like you can't put it onto something. It doesn't take effect right then and there, according to the
We
spell. And those
Do
things.
that with the healing spirit.
We double dip with healing spirit.
I don't know if we double dip, but I've moved it onto something and they've taken healing.
They've
from
healed it because that's like the first time that. Because it moves into their space, right? That's.
Yeah. Like I've chased people with it before to have that effect. Because it's the first time on a turn. It's the a turn thing that's the difference that I think, because we talked about it quite at length. But I don't know. I was just saying there's something similar that we've talked about a lot before.
So I
mean,
guess
it's- it's up to you.
the only
I-
thing would be whether like would the same effect be, you know, a creature moving into the spell's area, would the spell being made in the creature's area, should that have the same effect? It seems like it should for me, logically speaking, right? Like why would, like if you're saying don't go past this line or you take damage, why would you stepping over do damage but the line being moved across you not, you know? Where I think it should.
I mean, I'm not complicated. You do it however you want to.
Alright. So that's it resisted it. It's its turn now. It's still within it, so I'm gonna make another constitution save. That is a 7. So that's 4d10 radiant damage from the sickening radiance around.
Let's do.
Because I don't see a difference between when a creature moves into its area for the first time and having the area being generated around the creature. Like, I think that according to rules as written, it shouldn't work this way, but I can't justify it logically speaking, flavor-wise. why it wouldn't work.
It's 18 damage.
18?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess it's just exhausted if it's around it.
Yep, it is exhausted. Which means...
And Elevorn is singing, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts in your
Excellent. It has disadvantage on ability checks. Okay. It is now the Colossal Vulture's turn, in which it will... Or unless... Is that the end of your turn, Daron? We already ended your turn, I think? Just the signaling radius?
Oh, well,
Or did you want to do anything else?
I-
Because I just rolled again, assuming it was the Vulture's turn, which I realized we didn't really end your turn.
if you just move me directly under it, I think. So let's say, I move directly under it, I cast a spell, and then that's...
Gotcha. Cool. It's going to continue to fly upwards.
I'll
And
cancel that concentration on
so the
that.
spell drops. So it flies up about 30 feet. So Elevorn is about 90 feet in the air before releasing the unicorn and beginning to fly away. Elevorn falls near directly over you, Durand. What are you doing?
I'm looking at my actions. Is there a reaction catch?
I'm a unicorn. What are you doing?
What are you doing? That is a great question. She is a large unicorn. She is a horse. You're going to catch a horse.
Sure.
Okay.
Please no.
Alrighty then. Duran's still thinking that as long as things land on him, they don't take damage. Attempts to catch.
All right,
You know what? I'll leave it there. That's probably happened. All right. Durand, just make a pure strength check. Unfortunately, you're not enlarged, or this probably would go better for you.
Wonderful.
Why?
Why?
Because I rolled a 23.
Woo!
So what?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
What does that mean? So what is going through Duran's mind as Elevorn plummets in unicorn form as he's reaching out attempting? What end state is he hoping to accomplish here?
I don't know. To alleviate some of the fall, there has to be something for that. Why would you catch someone ever in any instance from falling if you just take like all of the damage?
Well, I mean, you're talking about someone jumping from off of a bed into your arms and stuff. This is a 90-foot drop.
I think you should just react to Dex save to not get hit by the falling out.
Too late. He's done it. He's made his roll.
I mean,
the
the
dice
What
have
about me?
spoken.
Can I do a reaction?
What reaction are you going to do?
To tossle in the air,
To what?
dodge
I'm
him.
gonna bite.
Swim through the air.
No,
Like-
I'm gonna bite on the talon that's biting. I'm gonna try to just react because he's letting go. So my
So you
reaction to
want to-
attack him with my mouth. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw to see if you're quick enough.
I don't know. It's 16.
16. Make an attack roll with disadvantage. As you are released and you're plummeting and you're biting out.
One was a natural 20.
Okay, and what was the other one?
It was like 15 plus. What do I add? What kind of attack is it?
I don't know. You said you were bite. Unicorn bite. I don't think that's on your stat block.
It isn't. That's what I'm saying. What to add to it?
Go ahead and roll a d4. We'll say it hits. You nip at the heels of this vulture
That's a 4.
and deal 4 points of damage as you bite and get a nice
Imagine it only has
Helping
4
of-
HP.
No, he has a little bit more than that.
But I want to hang on, not just damage him. Just a little bit. Just a smidge.
Just a smidge?
Yeah, just a little.
Alright. You barely were able to hit it. Enough to just barely affect your trajectory. Probably less than the 5 feet that would get you out of Duran's attempted catch radius.
Well, I
So
can't move.
I think
so
I
I'm
see where
stuck.
you're going there. You're trying to like hang on with your teeth to like have it ferry you like a few away from Durand. Because you want to retroactively not get caught by Durand.
No,
You have this
I wanted to try to hang
premonition.
on anyway,
this
but you guys already
precognition
started doing
knowledge.
all this. Because I
Anyways,
thought if I fell like outside of the pit, it might be
Mhm.
less, but I knew it was like a long shot to even try that, you know. Because
yeah.
it's 30 feet down in the pit further, right? So if I got over
Well, it was
like
90 feet above Durand, is what I was
I know, that's why I
And
was
I'm in
saying
the
if I
pit.
could
Okay, that
hang
makes
on
sense.
until the ground,
saying.
like where it wasn't the pit. Like
You
I
would
didn't
take
think
less
I'd hang
damage.
on
Gotcha.
so like for an extreme amount of time, but I thought it'd be worth trying. But you guys were
Sure.
already talking about catching them.
Alright, so this is what happens. Durand, you brace yourself. You get a nice, wide, solid stance, and you manage to actually get a good hold on Elevorn as she falls. And there's a split, there's like a fraction of a second where part of you is thinking that you've done it. You got your arms in the right place, and maybe, just maybe, if she had just been falling, you would actually be able to lift and hold Elevorn in this unicorn form. However, she was just falling 90 feet, and you soon find yourself, as well as Elevorn, planted firmly on the ground. So 90-foot drop, Elevorn, you would have taken 26 points of bludgeoning damage. Instead, we'll just say all of that is transferred to Durand. Durand, you take 26 points of bludgeoning damage.
Hell yeah.
Elevorn, you take nothing.
I'm down with this. 26. That puts me.
And that's the end of the vulture's turn. It is now Era's turn. Oh wait, no, that's the vulture. It is now Era's turn.
Wizards could heal.
Ah, if only. Well, there are certain ones that can.
Really?
I think so.
I get up or try to.
Yep. Yep. You managed to get up. That's not good. Alright, so that's half of your movement. You get up and your vision's you're a little bit cross-eyed at the moment. It takes you a moment to remember what exactly happened, how you got here. You can see the colossal vulture flying away. You caught the tail end of Elevorn falling, plummeting into the sinkhole.
Disintegrate.
Not sure what fell of her. Yep,
Disintegrate the vulture.
How? What's the rating? What?
I think it's far enough. I think it's 120. But no,
have to
no,
measure
don't
it.
do that. Don't do that.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know, baby. That's up to you.
It's running away. What's the worst that can happen?
Oh, I meant disintegrate the vulture that knocked her down.
Oh, revenge.
Yeah, the overkill. Yeah, that's what I
Revenge.
mean. The overkill on the
Just-
stupid little bastard.
Oh, the tiny vulture.
That would be
yeah.
cute if I had disintegrate. But I
Damn
do not.
it!
All I brought is
having a lot of-
fireball 8 times. I just brought.
Yeah.
It says I can prepare 19 spells, but I only need one.
I don't have an action, right?
Yeah,
you
you
do.
do.
Yeah.
I do. I still do.
You got everything. You have half your. It takes half your movement to get up, but that's it.
Okay. Bueno. How close can I get to Neri?
So you can move 15 feet. So 15 feet closer. Right there. Ah.
No, I'm prone again.
Yep. Walking is you're a bit shaky, you know.
I'm going to prepare. Wait.
Gonna prepare.
Oh, never mind. Okay. Can I cast Greater Invisibility on myself?
Sure. So, you cast Greater Invisibility on yourself. Era is now invisible. We'll leave you here so that you know where you are. And is that it? Do you have any bonus actions or anything that you want to do? Or is that the end of your turn? Era.
One sec.
Okay.
Could I actually just drink a healing potion instead of using a spell?
Sure. You absolutely can. So just a regular healing potion?
Yes.
So what's that? 2d4 plus 2, I think it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that. Get your health back.
4.
Alright, you heal 4 points of damage.
And that's it for now.
Okay. At the end of your turn, the Colossal Vulture is going to use one of its legendary actions to continue to fly away. Legendarily! There it goes.
And it's dead.
And it's dead. Eh. Alright, that leads us to Neridion. Your turn. You're not stunned.
Yay!
And it's dead.
Everything is dead. Yay! We don't have to do anything. GG.
GG.
So, is the smaller vulture that's in front of me, like, is it, like, how
Like this.
far away from me? Is it? Is it supposed-
It had attacked you, so it's close enough to have attacked you.
So it's in melee range, kinda?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna use inflict wounds on it.
Oh dear. So is that's an attack roll, right? A melee spell attack?
Yeah, melee spell attack, yeah.
Do it.
So... Nat 20.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll hit. Yep, that'll crit.
Okay then.
This is talking
so-
about overkill.
It pissed me off, okay?
Yeah.
So it's 3 d10s.
Mm-hmm. Double because you crit once you...
So 24 points of damage.
Alright, is that doubled already, or...?
Yeah, that's doubled.
Okay, yeah. The wounds inflicted cause death to the vulture. As you can see the blackened veins poking through its skin as your spell takes hold. And its life ends. Is that your turn? You got anything else? Movement?
I guess I could move towards Elavon and Durand.
Alright. Moving down into the into the sinkhole, running, sliding, keeping your balance all the way through down. You move from the broken, hard, rocky earth of the Badlands to this area of gore, guts, bile, slush. That is, as you approach Durand and Elevorn, who are making their way back to their feet.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to go help them get up.
All right. So, Elevorn, it's your turn. At this point, the colossal vulture is hundreds of feet away. Are you guys going to try to pursue? You can see the swarm of vultures at seeing the colossal one apparently retreating. The cloud of vultures begin to disperse. But it's up to you guys. If you want to continue, it is now Elevorn's turn.
I mean, I have no intention of pursuing any further. It's not what we're here for.
Yeah, I'm not too keen to chase it, but if everybody
You've
else
driven it
wants
away
to.
from Drim Talon's body in the area that you guys are intending to perform this ritual.
But if it interrupts everything, you know, if it comes back, it would be bad.
Well, hopefully we would have that one dragon over here by then.
How far away is it now from Elevorn?
Well, you have just fallen, so pretty hard to tell, but it's definitely hundreds of feet away. It's at least 90 feet above you, and it's gotten maybe about 150 feet away from you at this point, because it had 2 full rounds of movement plus about 30 feet. So in total, around 200 feet away, if not a little more.
I'm looking at conjure animals.
Okay. What are you trying to do? Which animals are you going to conjure?
I was trying to decide that. I mean, I know I have to kind of decide it pretty quick, but I was like trying to figure out what has the most, like what would have a decent flying speed and all that nonsense. And also, I don't know. I guess maybe I would just Oh, okay. So I could summon like 2 giant eagles.
Okay.
So like I would, you know, use my bonus action to be Elevorn and conjure 2 giant eagles like 60 feet as far as I can away from me and just like get it, you know?
All right.
And that's...
So, for the next hour, these eagles are going to pursue the vulture.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I have on my turn, so...
Okay. Giant eagles begin to pursue the vulture. I will say that if no one else is going to try to go after this thing, it's up to you guys. It's flying away right now. The giant eagles are going after it. Some of the vultures that were a part of the massive flock notice that and begin to attempt to intercept the eagles themselves. The eagles are faster than the vultures, but seem to be about the same speed as the colossal vulture. So they can outrun the smaller ones, but they can't quite. They can keep up with, but can't catch up to the colossal vulture. They both have 80-foot fly speeds. Durand. Elavorn is an elf again. You get up. You and her and the area covered with this horrible stench, horrible bile. But seemingly for now, at least, having severely wounded and successfully driven away the colossal vulture from this area. You're covered in the horrible filth since of being vomited on by the vulture. Elavorn, you as well. The smell in this area is absolutely awful, not something that, you would think about being the scene for some kind of divine resurrection, but within a couple minutes, the last of the vultures is gone from the immediate area. The immediate area that's, again, broken land covered in blood, gore, and vulture feathers of various sizes. The four of you reconvene. Still no sign of Winifred, the brass dragon that you had met earlier. She's yet to show up. So as you guys catch your breath and get ready for whatever it is that you're going to attempt to do next, let's go ahead and take a break.
Okay.
He's my miracle child.
You all have time to catch your breath.
Might I do a short rest?
You want to do a short? You want to take an hour?
Well, I guess get started on a short rest in case this does all take an hour.
Okay. So right now, looking at what you can see there, part of Drim Talon has been uncovered. Not the entirety of the body, but a solid part of what seems to be the midsection that had been uncovered, and you can see where the colossal vulture had been feasting. The entire area down here again is covered in refuse, gore, blood, vomit, bile, vulture plumes and feathers of various sizes. It's just a disgusting mess down here, on and around the corpse of Drim Talon. But what are you guys gonna do? Like, still no sign of the brass dragon Winnifer that was following behind you. It was quite a distance, and you guys were quite a bit faster as mist than she was as a dragon. So, what are you guys doing?
If I was concentrating on the eagles, would I know if they still existed or not?
They still exist.
Okay, well, they're not going to now. Let me thank them and
Okay.
stop concentrating.
All right.
And I'm going to conjure more animals.
Okay. Which animals are you conjuring?
I was thinking like giant badgers, maybe. I don't know what challenge rating they are, though.
All right. What are you trying to do?
I just want to bury him again, because she shouldn't see him like this. It's not respectable, it's horrible, it smells awful, we smell awful. But we could probably bury ourselves in the sand for a little while too and be a little cleaner.
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Bury yourself in the sand to clean up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, like I don't know. Let me see. I have to figure out what challenge rating they are.
I don't know if did we look up giant bat? Were they a thing, or did we just come up with? It looks like they are a thing. That are
A quarter.
quarter. Yep. So you can make quite a few of them.
Yeah, so we just make a lot of them.
Okay. So the badgers go about moving the earth and reburying Drim Talon.
Me too, please. Not entirely, I have to breathe, but the rest of me.
Okay. I've never heard of this sand bathing.
I don't know, I read it in a book. I don't know if it actually works, but, you know. It was in a sunbird country. There was a reporter that was traveling to meet Aboriginal people or something, and that's what they did, is they buried her because she smelled so terrible. Like, they didn't bury her, like, they buried her up to
They're
her neck.
like, get her in the hole, put her in the ground.
And she just wrote that she was so amazed because she was clean when she came out of the dirt. She felt her skin was soft, and she no longer smelled terrible.
Hmm.
Are you reading about it?
Yeah, I'm looking it up, but I don't want to get too far into it. Sure. There are probably other ways to clean oneself, so if you want to go with dirt, then you can go with dirt.
It's the only thing that's here. There isn't like a lake to go jump in, and even if there was, you'd probably murder the fish. So.
Everybody else?
If Durand is just relaxing, I'm gonna just be like, just let them do it, and have the badgers, like, start to bury him too, because he was vomited on as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna do much for... I don't know how much of that it's gonna rid yourself of. But, alright.
Sure.
Unless you had anything else in mind, Durand. If you want to get yourself buried in the ground as well. So you guys like laying down horizontally, or you like vertically buried in the ground with just your heads poking out? How does that work?
Horizontally, because that would be
Okay.
too much work to be vertically. Especially because Durand is so tall. Like, that would take forever to dig that hole.
Okay. So,
And you'd have to move.
Elavorn and Durand, you are laid out on the ground and buried in the gravel, dust, and dirt of these Badlands.
This wouldn't be so bad if it was like, a beach or something.
No, it would be better if it was a beach, probably. Everything that I see is like, is sand bathing, but it's not really a sandy desert or beach here. You're in like a wasteland.
I thought it was sandy. Except the dirt was, well, I don't know. Okay.
Nedadian, Era. You guys doing anything? How long are you staying here, Elavord? Durand?
Well, for one, the badgers are, reburying him, like throwing
Yes.
dirt over. So
Sure.
at least that long, however long that takes, to make it, make it better.
Alright. So a lot of the ground around here is, still... they have to go a little ways away to get ground that had not been dirtied or puked on. So it does take about 15-20 minutes to undo what the colossal vulture had done. During which time, Era, Nedadian, anything in particular, or just cat taking a breather?
I'll drink another pot of healing potion. But
Sounds
yeah,
like
I'm mainly
pushing.
resting. I only have
Alright.
3 until, well, 2 now. Well, 1 almost.
I mean, you could just heal from resting.
Are we? I thought we were. I mean, you're setting up for a short rest, right? We're not.
I'm
Short
trying.
rest.
We are trying to take a short rest. You don't get the benefits until an hour have passed. So you could try to short rest, but if something happens or you do something to interrupt that, then you don't get the benefits. But you can certainly sit down to, attempt to catch your breath and take a short
Okay,
rest.
I'll do that.
All right. Nedadian?
Just taking I'll try to, of course. try to take a short rest while just trying to keep also eye on the sky to see if I can spot something huge coming back at us. You know, if in case it's the damn vulture again, or maybe it's the brass dragon.
Gotcha. Make a perception check.
Nope.
What is it?
1.
Excellent.
I see
Total or
nothing.
natural? I see nothing. The fumes from the stench is actually making your eyes water down here, so.
Yeah, I'm
It's-
moving a little. Try to move a little bit away from
Get
it.
away.
This is.
You're like, this is where we're gonna have to do that thing. Like, how long does that take? Hopefully, it's one of those quick resurrections. 'Cause this is...
I don't know what kind of different resurrection spells there are. I mean, sure, I was resurrected, but you know,
Don't know how.
I don't know how long they took.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you guys want to try to do? Or are you just waiting on Winifred at this point?
There Dion. I kind of yell.
Yes.
Do you want a spell in your ring?
Sure. Yeah. Of course. If you have something to give, and if you don't need the spell slot.
Well, I could do like conjure animals or like polymorph or something. I'm kind of yelling because she's farther away because it smells terrible over here.
And you're like buried in the ground, just your head, so you're craning your neck to...
Yeah.
I'm gonna use praise instead of yelling.
Okay.
I know she probably can, but I don't want to yell.
Okay.
Well, maybe conjure animals would be useful. I mean, if somebody else gets grabbed and gets flown away, I'd rather not drop them again if I happen to polymorph the creature. By the way, I'm so sorry about it, Drond. I mean, I needed to get it down though.
All's well that ends well. Oh wait.
So many things falling on me today.
Yeah.
So conjure animals into the ring.
I mean, I guess if she wants to do it right away, I'll bear the stench and go to her. But I mean, if we don't want to do it right now, I can wait until they are done with their bath.
Quote unquote. Yep. Still no sense of how long it should take whenever to arrive. Is there anything that you guys want to try to do before she catches up with you all, or is it just a matter of waiting and resting?
If there's stuff for the spell that needs to be like prepared beforehand, I guess we could have that already so the moment that she gets here, we can get right to it.
So the way it works is it's going to be a sort of ritual-like thing, like we did for Netadion, which would involve, if you remember Neri's resurrection, there was obviously you need the spell, you need the components to cast the spell, but it was also appealing to the soul of Netadion. Because that is an important bit of the spell as well, is the person, thing, creature that you're trying to bring back has to be willing to come back. So how do you reach out to that soul to that creature that has moved beyond and say, hey, we need you back here. Also, you could help out. So basically, we're going to start mechanically. We're starting with the DC check at a certain point.
Right.
And anything that you guys do to contribute to the ritual, whether it be directly, trying to appeal to Drim Talon, or whether it being some sort of offering or action or anything like that, you guys can choose to do something or make a check to lower that DC. I will let you know that the DC for this is starting higher than Nedadion's was, just due to the nature of the spell that's being cast. And so you could range anything from preparing the ritual site to making an offering to thinking about what to try to say through the conduit of everyone's magic to reach out to the soul. Any of these things could help potentially lower that DC and flavor-wise could help ensure a successful resurrection. As it is right now, you all are in the sinkhole above the ground of where Drim Talon had just been recently recovered, reburied with the earth. The area you know is somewhere above the Brass Dragon lair, as according to whenever Drim Talon's final act alive was to collapse the entrance to their lair so that none of their enemies could get in. So somewhere around here, there once was an entrance to the Brass Dragon's lair. So Drim Talon's been recently buried. The rest of the land still bears the apparent scars and evidence of your encounter with the vulture, for smelly or worse. And still no sign of Winifred just yet, but it's been about 20 minutes since the end of the fight, since the colossal vulture had retreated. So whatever you think would help, you can try. Or if you want to wait for the actual casting of the ritual, that's something you can do as well. It's up to you.
Well, I don't know how far away I am from Duen, because we're still in the ground, I guess. I don't know. So I just kind of be like, hey, Duen.
Yeah.
Do you think it might help if you talked about your village and what happened there? Like, if we're trying to persuade him, that it isn't just a problem here for his people, but it is the whole world is kind of being affected by it, right?
At this point, yes, it's not something as small, or I guess what I see now is as small as my village. It might help. I'm not opposed to bringing up the severity of what's happened in my home. I've come to terms with it. If I can influence that, if I can say anything to have that not happen to anyone else. I would gladly.
I mean, I know it's not easy to talk about, and so I just figured maybe if I mean, I didn't want to put you on the spot or anything, but I.
Really, it's fine.
Do you think dragons like anything? Like maybe if we put a pile of. I mean, would he know that there was stuff on the ground, or should we set up like a little circle or something, maybe near his tail? I don't know.
Well, from what we've been told, this dragon seems to value was it wisdom?
Wait, what do you
Was it wisdom or was it like intelligence? I can't remember.
What are you talking about? What, I
Well,
don't
there was a
remember
bunch of
saying
stuff in their home, and it wasn't like powerful. Like I would imagine based off of the details that were given, it wasn't like, a bunch of
Why am I
weapons
not-
and armors.
Why am I not remembering this? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, his last ditch effort before he died is to seal off his home, so I imagine his
yeah.
home held up a bunch of knowledge.
Why couldn't it hold powerful weapons? What if there's like a laser gun?
Maybe, but that's not the vibe I got from what Guinevere was
Okay.
telling us.
Okay.
He also mentioned that he was. I can't remember if it was intelligent or wise, and I know there's a huge difference between the two of them. But she mentioned he was one of the two, so I'm taking that as he values those things over physical prowess.
So maybe books then. He would like a book. Do we have any books? I kind of shout. Not too loud, but
Oh, we do, but what kind of books are we looking for?
I don't know, books of intellect, or or just things that I don't know, the knowledgeable books.
I don't have any of that kind of books, unfortunately. Maybe Era has some.
well, I mean, whatever kind of book. I mean, a book is a book, right? They'll have stuff in them, so there's value to it, right? I mean, I don't know. And of course, if you're still reading it, I wouldn't want you to not be able to read it, but if you have any that you aren't using, or that you've already read.
I mean, I've read views a couple times, but I'm not quite sure if these are the type of books that are good for this kind of thing.
Well, you've read them a couple times, so they must be good, right? I don't see what.
Well, I have some of my journals. Maybe they could be something. They're kind of books, even though it's mostly drawn things from our journey. So
I'm going to defensively hold on to my spell book. Well, the only important book that I need is this one, and I'm going to go through my bag of holding. I don't think I really have like just loose paper and ink and just random things out of my bag. I don't have really anything I think that would be suitable. I mean, I have this spell, but I've never used it. I've had it for a very long time. I guess I can give it the value of it. I mean, if I didn't use it, then I doubt the dragon would need us. Anyways, yeah, so Hmm.
Everyone just clutching on to their things. At this point, about half an hour has passed.
How about good old gold?
Good old gold.
Dragons do like gold and treasure. That much we learned of our dealings with the dragon before.
I could check if I have some gems.
Oh, what about that, oh no, actually, I don't even, never mind.
So, out of one Delanda, you guys done with your dirt bath yet? I don't know how long it takes, or how you would even know whether or not you are done or not.
I still have the nearly ruined spell book.
You've had that thing for a long time.
It still has the same 3 spells in it.
Excellent. 3 spells. You interested in these 3 second level spells, Mr. Or whatever they are?
Whatever balanced amount of level spells you put into it for the level that we were at the time.
Like level 5 at the time or something like that? Like,
Yeah.
You know,
I
maybe.
didn't.
No, say it, baby. I heard it. But everyone else should hear it.
No.
What?
Say it.
Say it.
I said,
If you want, I'm just gonna quote you.
I said, we could give it the greatest offer, which is vengeance.
Yes.
I offer you the chance to kill my enemies and yours.
They can become paladin of vengeance. Oath of vengeance.
Oh yeah. I was almost that.
Vengeance. Yeah.
Vengeance.
We could copy a story or something from your journal, because I don't think you want to give him your old journal. But if we just wrote a little bit, you know, about us. And I don't know.
It's we can definitely add it to the, the offerings if that's what we were. Yeah. Era, do you have any parchment, and can I borrow some ink also? Well, I have ink, but I need parchment. Maybe I can take some off of my journal.
I'll give her a pile, like a stack full, just from I don't know, mid chest to the top of her head. Just please take. Here you go.
Here you go.
A lot,
Reaches into
but
the bag. It's more than you could. It's definitely more than you need. So what are you transcribing?
I don't. What parts do you guys want me to, write on this or something, or should I just choose something random? Probably not the story about killing all the dragons. The red one, and it was a red dragon, but still,
hey, that could work. Like if Era was talking about, well, I mean, I don't know. Who would want to talk about the library at Basilmont?
Well, the story of Era, the dragon slayer, how she killed a green dragon single-handedly.
It's not a title I want. I want to be a dragon rider, not a dragon slayer. It's not my fault.
God damn it, Naval!
I'm just gonna write some stories, like few different ones, if I have the time, and later on, then I'll just show them to the others, and then we can decide which ones.
So
Sure, well,
Elworm's gonna pop up out of the dirt and say, "That's it, I have a plan." Okay, so Duran, you can talk about your village and how this has affected your people, and I know that happened here, but then, I mean, I guess Era, you're good at talking, and you could tell them about what happened, with Damien and the library and how they stole stuff, but there was a dragon attacking us, and Neri and I can talk about getting revenge on Sidna.
getting revenge on Sidna. Sidna's dead.
No, we got our revenge on her. We fought her and won.
And we
And
tried
we're-
him with the vengeance. Genius.
And we're here to make it better, and that's how it's all relevant, right? Is it all? Am I?
They all do kind of outline the biggest problem with these the children of the scourge.
I mean, that part about where we fought that Dream Lord guy. What was his name? I don't even remember right now.
What does that have to do with? What are you gonna tell?
Well, that one is probably a little bit less in relation to the children, but I mean,
Well, yeah, that's true. I guess it was more just your people being rescued. Well, I mean, that's what happened to them, though. That was awful. And so, I just, we're righting wrongs. That's right? Or not right?
Okay. So, you had mentioned preparing an area. Where are you trying to prepare it? Are you going to prepare an area, Alahorn? Looking around. There's plenty of smelly, bile-soaked earth before you. Whole ground is a mess, but there's plenty of area.
Okay.
About 40 minutes have passed.
I guess I'll go and try to find where his tail is. Still
Okay.
is tail, I guess. Yeah.
Alright. And?
Can I see if I can get a scale for you?
You want to wrench a scale off of the body?
Kinda. I mean,
What if there's a loose one? Like, it was being attacked, wasn't it?
Yeah.
yeah. Like, I'm not trying to desecrate his body further. It's pretty bad.
So, you want the badgers to unbury the tail partially? Because you had them bury everything, right?
Well, the terrible smelly part, yeah, in the middle. I don't know. It's fine. I don't know what I'm doing.
Because you guys had fully, completely buried him before you had left for met Chroma. Right? You had unburied it, found it, and then reburied the entirety of Jim Talon. When you got back, he had been partially unburied by the giant vulture, and then you reburied that part. So at this point, every bit of him is currently underground.
Okay, then
Yes,
yeah,
you
we're
had-
gonna go unbury the tail. What is with your
I'm
eyes?
fixing something, thinking. So, okay, you unbury the tail and you try to wrench free a...
No,
thing
I'm
with
just
just
gonna
your
unbury
hand?
the tail
Okay,
instead
you
of
unbury
the
the
area
tail.
there. Yeah. So
I imagine we
have
need
access
to
his
like
body.
have like vision of him to start the spell at all.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the part of having part of him is at least part of the spell. You need to have... yeah, touch them or a piece of them, provided the creature has been dead no longer than 10 days.
Okay, so you could even get a scale then.
No, it's okay. I'll just use the tail area. It's fine.
Okay, so how are you preparing the area? Anything special, or are you just hanging out waiting?
Go ahead.
Could we try clearing an area away from like, or pick a spot that's like not as filled of like bile and pieces? Like, kind of clear an area out? I don't know if that would help, but I'm just throwing idea.
Like clean up a bit?
Yeah, I guess the area that she would work in.
Okay. You have mops or brooms or... It's easy enough if you don't mind getting your hands dirty, depending on your comfort level with such things, to clear out, like, you know, pick up vulture feathers and, I guess, any sort of chunks that had been dispelled. But as far as the actual liquidy
use
bits...
Bigby's hand and scoop.
All right, Bigby's hand goes and begins to scoop away. Go ahead and let's make a dexterity check to see how no, make a spell casting, so intelligence check to see how well you can manipulate Bigby's hand, how efficiently you can go about cleaning.
20 total.
Okay. Over the course of the next, how long does it last? Bigby's hand lasts like an hour, right? Or 10 minutes, or what?
Forever.
Forever? Really? That's a long time.
Well, that's an idea. I can summon Gildy.
Okay, how long does that take?
10 minutes.
Okay. And how long does Bigby's hand last?
I told you, man, totally forever.
Stop lying to me.
Or at least until you break concentration. I mean, and good luck. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna hit her with?
What am I gonna... Oh, challenge, you say.
A meteor. A meteor falls from the sky.
Wait, what is going on with the music?
Epic now.
Healing spirit, please, to everybody. Just looping around all of us.
Okay, I didn't do that. I didn't want to do that. Go back.
I actually think it's only for a minute.
Yeah, it's
Wait,
only a
so maybe
minute. It is a minute. Yeah, concentration for up to a minute. So
I'm gonna start. No, I'm gonna start fighting.
You're gonna start
Mary's
fight-
just doing this shit.
I don't know why, but I gotta punch something.
Okay. Let me think.
Okay. So a minute of Bigby's hand cleaning up. You're able to...
Instead of
your
scooping,
check.
can I just like
like
Back
a
at that, and
bulldozer
then, like-
type of shovel?
yeah, just like shove it. Yeah.
You shove it. Yeah, so you manage to clear out, let's say, I within a minute, a 30-foot by 30-foot area, pushing all the stuff to the side, picking up all of the mess, and you create an area of relative cleanliness within all of the mess that Elevorn is setting up around. By the time, so you finish summoning Gildy, Durant.
Hell yeah.
Could I be finding big rocks? Not too big, but just that I could carry. I want.
Sure. Yeah.
I can help carry the rocks, and I can even use the telekinesis for it.
All right. So what are you guys doing with these rocks? What's the plan here, Elevorn?
Well, I mean, air is clearing out the space, so, I think that will. I don't know. Yeah, I'll set them up so that there's like, kind of like little spaces on, 5 different rocks, I suppose, or 4 different rocks. Yeah, 4 or 5. Maybe pile them a little bit, but just basically so we can put something on each one.
Okay. So like little altars or pedestals for offerings and the like. All right. So you guys do get the benefits of a short rest. You can roll hit dice for hit points, do anything else that you guys do on a short rest, like spells and all of that. For Era, anyway. So about an hour has passed, and this is when you begin to hear wing beats. You guys tense up and immediately begin looking to the sky, wondering if the colossal vulture had returned. The sporadic vulture or two had made its way back over the past hour, but seeing the activity and the 4 of you down below, none had ventured into the sinkhole. You can still see some in the sky, not directly above you, but over other corpses of dragons off in the distance. However, these wings do belong to the black dragon, brass dragon, not black, Winifred, who is approaching and comes into view. You recognize the feature of her face and the ridgeline that makes its way from the crown of her head down her back and tail. She lands not far away, above the sinkhole, looking around. It seems that this is the first time that she's been back here since whatever event, since the events that caused everything. You can see the dragon's face scrunch up as he gets a whiff of the smell that you all have grown fairly accustomed to over the last hour. The beat of the wing, she leaps out over the sinkhole, and using her wings to ease her descent, she lands towards one end of the sinkhole, maybe about 50 feet away from you all and the buried corpse of Drimtal. Looking around, she asks, "What happened here?"
Well, when we showed up, there was a vulture attempting to... Yes. But we made quick work of it as quickly as we could. Waiting ever since. I'd be lying if I told you I wasn't a bit worried.
as quickly as I could. I am familiar with the creature you speak of. I am surprised you were able to drive it off. And make
Yeah.
quick work of it, you say.
Well, drive it off is probably a better word than you used. It's not completely dealt with. It's ran away.
I just had, well, I've seen and heard of that monster. I would assume that if you had actually dealt with it, I would be able to see it around here somewhere. It's not exactly a small thing.
Right.
Drimtalon, he still rests where he fell then.
Yes.
And she lifts one of her claws just under here. You can see there's a hesitancy as she approaches. The claws dig slightly into the ground inch by inch until the sun that is still pretty much directly overhead, as it is just past noontime at this point, catches a glimmer of brass, and Winifred freezes, pushes the dirt back over the bit of scale that she had uncovered. Eyes go and fall on you, Elevorn. Can you do this?
I will do everything in my power to do this. Yeah, I mean, I can't promise it will definitely work, but I will try to open a path for him.
Are we ready then? Is there a reason to wait further?
Well, we were waiting for you. You may have to make an appeal to him to return to us.
Do whatever I must. I am here now.
Would it be alright to use a scale of his? Or, I mean, I could go to the tail and try to unbury it again.
If it will help bring him back. Whatever you need to do.
I just wanted to ask because, I mean, I respect you and him and Drimtalon, and it just, but yes, I do need either to be in contact with him, his body, or at least part of it. So I thought maybe a scale might be easier for you.
The dragon's head. She nods her head and do what you must.
Okay. I'm gonna go try to get the scale.
Okay.
I can probably help with that.
Okay. It's not too difficult to wrench free a scale from the tail of the dragon, as it is not as securely affixed as it once may have been. You're almost able to just peel it off.
I suppose that makes sense.
And so you have this scale. It's maybe about 5 pounds. It's a pretty hefty, solid-sized scale.
Okay. So I'm going to make my way back to like the semicircle of offerings and make sure that I start getting the oils out and everything. And, just ask everyone to put something on each thing. Like, so there's some sort of offering in each. Stone altar thingy. I mean, they are just stones on the ground, but I'm trying.
That's fine. I have a crest of my clan.
Okay. Have you been carrying that around forever? Where's that from?
Yeah, that's. It's like a.
Oh, it's like the soldier.
It's like a
thing that
soldier
you
thing.
had?
Yeah, you have a
Yeah.
crest from your.
Jeez, from day one.
Yeah.
All right.
If that doesn't drive the point of my home, then I don't know what else.
All right.
I guess I'll set some of the writings down.
All right. What stories have you decided on?
I don't.
I need specifics. Vague ramblings? Is that
No.
your offering?
No.
Nerdion offers vague ramblings?
No. I don't know, maybe there would be one story of the dream card, the dream thing. When we saved the.
So not just random
Drunk
small
one.
talk like, hi,
No.
I'm Nerdion.
No, definitely not.
Okay.
What were you going to say, Nimue?
Oh, I was gonna suggest that, or like the fight in the harbor, like
I
where
mean,
we
I
drove the dragons away from
Probably
that
could have
too.
written like I was trying to write them like kind of short and on the point.
Gotcha.
At the same time, I was trying to write multiple ones that we could choose from. So, yeah, I guess I would like add few whatever we choose. I don't.
Okay. Some stories of taking on the shadow on the island of the harbor. Era? Anything? Your spell book?
No.
We could always get a new one.
Yeah. Just start
You willing
over.
Oh my god, the horror.
Just the page with fireball in it?
No.
Just
Every other
fireball.
page except the one with fireball in it. I'll keep
Just
this
rip that one out.
Yeah.
You can have me.
This.
The other ones are useless.
I'm going to put a goal.
How much? How much is Drenton's this success worth to you?
Well, when you put it like that,
No, I'm just saying you could offer whatever.
no, it's okay.
It's the thought that counts. 1.5 golds.
What? Oh yes, 1.5. I will put 100 gold pieces.
She seems confused.
No,
That's a
I'm
question.
just.
I mean, instead of gold, if you had a piece of jewelry or anything like that, even if it was just something that you've worn that doesn't, that doesn't have. Oh, I know, you could do. I mean, do you still have it? I mean, I'm going to, and then I'm going to take out my dress from the Feywild and fold it up and put it there to be like, this is how far I've come. This is how far I'm willing to continue to keep going. Because it's made of stuff that's. But if you had like your Phoenix Academy stuff, if that's. Like something? I mean, you're still in the Phoenix Academy, but you know, maybe just I don't know.
Like, I guess the crest that I have of the Phoenix Academy emblem thing that I keep on.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like this. It's fine.
But the reason behind that being, like, you guys are the ones making this offering. Okay. So to appeal to Drim Talon, as well as, you know, convince me how these things apply to the goal that you're trying to achieve. Like, sure, you can throw random stuff at it. I'm not going to connect the dots for you. You convince me why this is a good offering for the task you're trying to achieve. Because I could try to make up a tangential reason.
It would be, I guess, it would just be part of, like, an identity. So if it's something of value, I guess it's a personal offering more than anything.
Era.
With 50 gold.
And 50
Monetary value is value. Sentimental value is great and all for the person. But yeah, I guess not to say that I, like, as Era, I wouldn't care for it, because it's definitely, like, something that I have that I am proud of, so, as Era, but yeah. But you were saying, Elevorn?
Well, why did you learn Draconic? Because you can speak it, and you and Duran talk a lot, you know, in Draconic sometimes, and all of that. Does maybe something to do with that? I don't know what exactly, but, like, did you like dragons, or was it just... You said something about your sister at one point.
Well, that's more of a conversation. I wouldn't think that would come off the crest. I mean, if I had to plead, I guess I would mention my sister. That's I mean, why are we talking about this?
That's a great question.
I'm going through my bag still a little bit, and I'll also offer a gold necklace with a large ruby on it to it, because I still had that.
Alright. So that goes on top of the...
Yeah, on top of the...
stories.
Yes.
Okay.
So Elevorn is now holding her pendant of Luru. I mean, like, I always really kind of liked unicorns. I mean, even before one saved me, but even more so after. And so I don't know if maybe, like, you learn... I mean, it's kind of a long shot. I mean, unicorns don't have a language, do they? I mean, I could kind of speak Sylvan, I think, because I can speak that when I'm a unicorn. But, I mean, is that related at all?
Related to what?
Do you like dragons?
I think she's talking to Era.
Yeah.
I mean, currently, it's a complicated situation to really have a solid answer for, but yeah, growing up, I've always loved dragons and the idea of dragons, and it's the driving forces to Wild and Draconic. But again, I'm not I'm not following you.
Maybe if you told him he
No,
really liked dragons,
good.
then he'll come back.
It is...
So I think we have all of the offerings. With something on each pedestal. The three of you surrounding Elevorn, with Winifred as well, watching on. You have all of the oils and necessary materials that you had been given from Advisor Night River and their agent that had delivered them to you and Duen in the night. So, are you ready to begin the casting of the spell, Eleanor?
Yes.
Okay. So, the casting time for this spell is 1 hour. Elevorn, with one hand on the brass dragon's scale, begins to focus her mind through the pendant of LaRue, through the dragon scale itself, begins to channel the spell. At first, nothing, but over time there does seem to be a faint or almost like a fainter version of her unicorn shimmering shield around Elevorn and the scale as well. About 5 minutes pass, and Elevorn, you can feel yourself focusing on the magic, focusing on LaRue, focusing on bringing back Drimtalon, what he might have been like in life. You feel beyond your consciousness yourself both simultaneously here and elsewhere, reaching out into a place you're not familiar with, to a being you're not familiar with. It's hazy, cloudy, but somewhere through the waves of shifting shadow and disorientation, you can see a form, a figure, vaguely dragon-like through the fog. Unable to move, press forward with whatever you're seeing here in your mind's eye. Is there any feeling, anything you wish to try to convey?
Well, Elevorn would be just sort of like praying to LaRue at this moment. Kind of like, please help me succeed, you know? But it seems like maybe you have helped because... Okay, so you like Drimtalon?
You can see through the fog, through the shadow, no sound, but it almost looks as if where you could see like the silhouette, the shadowy silhouette of the dragon's head moves in your direction, as if you have gotten its attention.
I have come to open the path for you back to the living. If you wish to come, it It won't be exactly the same as you were, but it is something. And you'd be free, of course, to do as you will afterward. Or, I mean, Elvin shakes her head a little bit.
I guess I clear my throat.
Well, at this point, you guys don't. This is only Elevon.
Oh, okay.
This. You all can see her. She's focusing. Her eyes are going between closed and fluttering open, but when they're open, she's looking like 1,000-yard stare, sort of glassy-eyed, and it's almost as if she's not entirely here. Mouthing words she's speaking. I'm not sure if it's part of the incantation sometimes, but she's focused on the spell right now, and that's what you all are witnessing. Anything else, Elevorn, as you are...
My friends have come to aid me, and your, granddaughter? Winifred? I'm not sure if you used those terms. The third daughter of your fourth son, she introduced herself as. But Winifred is here. She has survived, and she needs your help, too.
The attention seems to be focused on you, but there has not been any movement or change in the posture of the dragon silhouette.
This spell,
It's...
I was gonna say, this magic can't return you to your your former glory as you were a dragon, but you could take on the form of a sort of humanoid for a time. I mean, the magic is a little unpredictable, but if you're willing, I think it can work. But it's up to you, of course.
Daddy?
Yeah.
There's no change in demeanor, no verbal response. Drand era Nedadian. Not sure what's going on exactly. It's been about 15 minutes since Elevorn has started the casting of the spell, where you can see the sort of shimmering aura that had been surrounding her had funneled down her arm and is now pretty much solely around where her hand is in contact with the scale. Her hand and the scale itself seem to be the focus point of her energy and this spell. And the sort of the light, the aura around the scale seems to pulsate a little bit. Almost like it's inviting you.
I'm more like looking at the round and look. Should we do something? I don't. What did you guys do when you guys, resurrected me?
I believe that was a tiny bit different, but probably maybe similar. That was in a temple, and I needed to speak with everyone else, it probably just looked like I just submersed myself in a pool of I don't even remember what.
Blood.
Probably.
Well, it definitely was blood.
And it felt like a long time, but yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you how long I was under for.
Yeah, I definitely can't tell like how long, because well, but can we even do anything to help her at this point? Because I don't want to touch her or the scale or anything, just in case, it breaks the spell.
Well, I'm not sure if anyone was trying to reach out to me while I was under that, under the submerged. But I suppose it doesn't hurt to try. We can try calling out to him.
Well, maybe Infrared could try to then.
Yeah, maybe he can hear you.
Ground in the vicinity shakes a bit as, with every step of the dragon, at least you can feel her footfalls on the earth as she steps closer to Elevorn in the ritual area. Whatever needs to be done. And she reaches out towards the scale of Drimtalon, touching it with a single claw. You can see the eyes of the dragon shifting around before mirroring the sort of gaze that Elevorn has, where just staring off into the distance.
I see. So that's that feeling then. Maybe we can join them if we touch this then. Help? I'll try to do it too then.
Okay. Duen does it as well. Same sort of reaction. Leaves Era and netted out.
I'm a bit hesitant to touch it, even though I do want to help, but I don't know what to say to it, and I think maybe somebody should keep an eye out just in case,
The vulture?
Understandably
yeah,
so.
or something else. But I know my rolls aren't the best, but I try.
Play to your strength. That's the
No,
rogue way.
That's a very good. All of a sudden, while you guys are off daydreaming, the vulture comes back. No, I would never do that.
Yeah.
All right, Era, you staying on this side? Or are you joining Elevorn, Duen, and whatever?
I feel like I wouldn't really be of help with my perceptions here. So I'm gonna touch the thing.
All right.
I believe in you, Derry.
I believe in you, Derry. I'm going in. All right. So, Elevorn, as you explain the situation and then find yourself at a loss, almost at a loss of words temporarily, trying to reach out and appeal to Drimtalon, you can sense the presence of something behind and above you. You look up and you can see the underside of the brass dragon Guinevere, who is staring out towards the silhouette of who you imagine is Drimtalon, confirmed by Guinevere almost immediately as she calls out, as seeing his silhouette. Jim Talon! It is you! It's me! It's Guinevere! At your side, Durand shows up. And at your other side, not long after, well, a while after, Era. Durand, Era, you get your bearings. You're in this sea of haze and fog. No real sense of depth, no real sense of perception, just a silhouette of a dragon far away. Underneath you, directly underneath the four of you here, the fog and the mist sort of begins to clear a bit, almost as if you're standing on a circular platform of solid brass. And slowly, inch by inch, this circle that you see, that you're standing on, begins to clear off and reveals more and more of a solid ground beneath your feet before it sort of peters off and stalls out. So there's an area in your immediate vicinity that is clear, but beyond that, it's still hazy, and at this point, not able to really move more than simply like project your feelings, will, consciousness, and attempt to stop at music. Alright, so does anyone want to try to say anything?
Drumtime, see, they have come. I told you they were here, and they're here for you, for your help. The world, it would seem, still needs you. Your people need you.
Guinevere speaks up. I do not know what has happened in the world since what happened to us. I do not know what she speaks of as far as that, but I do know what she says about us needing you is true. I know your thoughts, the words you have spoken on things of this nature, but we will not survive without your leadership. This is something else. I don't know. I don't even know who, other than myself and the few that I was able to save, have survived. It is not yet your time. Because without you, now we will not survive. Were the circumstances different, perhaps we could mourn you, grieve, and carry on as you wished that we could. But these aren't those circumstances. We cannot do this without you if you do not come back. Without your leadership, we will fall apart more than we have in the short days since you've fallen already.
Era is struggling to find the words, but listening to the others, she finally speaks up.
At the end of hearing this and Guinevere speaking, the silhouetted form of Drim Talon does seem to grow perhaps a bit larger, whether that's, it's hard to tell because of the depth perception, but whether that it's actually growing larger or moving towards you, it's difficult. But at the end of Guinevere's appeal, more of the fog is pushed back. The surrounding area begins to clear up, almost as if a sort of hazy dome over you begins to fall apart and shatter. Still a lot of difficulties to see what's around you, but pure blue sky begins to show above and around you. So now you're standing on this circular platform of brass, this foggy, shadowy haze between you and the dragon, but around you, almost as if you are on a platform high in the sky, on a mountaintop or something is what it seems. An expanse of blue sky, the occasional wisp of cloud for as far as you can see. And you're even beginning to feel a slight, what might be a slight breeze of fresh air, which, compared to where you guys had been the past hour, is quite literally a breath of fresh air. Era.
You've been granted an opportunity to live again, if you choose to do so. We have a common enemy. Anemone. And just as you have to protect your kin, I have a similar goal, and I need to protect my sister. And if I can do anything to stop what's going on now to make that better, not just for her, but for everyone in Draconia, then I offer my help. We all do. So I beseech you, come back and help us vanquish all our foes. We need you.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check, please.
$17.
The fog begins to clear a little more, and for the first time you get the flash, the hint of brass coming from the direction of Drim Talon. The shadow and fog clears about the face and eyes, and you can see brilliant, sterling blue eyes intensely staring at each of you. The wizened face of an ancient dragon. And a voice answers. Though my death was untimely, few are not. I fell protecting those which mattered most to me. Though it was not my intention, nor did I foresee it. You would have me undo that. I've heard your plea, Guinevere. It seems you have come far to do what you feel is not best for me, nor yourself, but for our lineage, our kin as a whole. Part of me wonders whether or not you could be the one that you're looking for after all. You say that you would do anything. You feel you would do anything for our family. That's all I ever did. The fog begins to clear further, and you notice that you are in fact very high up in the sky. It seems like on a sort of mountain top of brass is what it appears to be. Maybe on top of some large pillar. Whatever it is, the brass extends out for hundreds if not thousands of feet, but there's no ground in sight. There is a horizon where you can see the brass end meeting the endless expanse of open sky, but no signs of ground, no sign of any sort of plant life whatsoever. You can see out in front of you a mass form of Drimtalon standing on the same surface that you are. The light gleaming off of him as it does the ground. Now the full breeze that you had felt a glimpse of, felt a little bit of earlier, you can feel, and you can see it whipping through the hair of those around you. The occasional shadow passes over the ground in front of you in the shape of a dragon, where you can see dozens of brass dragons, some larger than even Drimtalon himself, making their way soaring across the sky. The entirety of the scene is now within view, but still a little distorted, a little hazy, as if viewing it through a glass of water. Does anyone else want to say anything?
Yeah, I'll say something.
Okay.
That we found you. That we are even in the state that we're in right now, allowed to have this audience with you, is nothing short of miracle, of fate. So while you say that we would be taking away your sacrifice for your people, I wouldn't consider it that. There's more than just your people at stake here. Your early demise was extremely unfortunate, of course, but if you were given a second chance to come back, you could impact more than just your people or Draconia. You could impact the entire world. Reason for your passing, the children of the Scourge and what they're doing to the whole world, what they plan to do, they have to be stopped. And I believe what Guinevere said, your wisdom and your experiences would greatly give everyone a fighting chance against these children of the Scourge. Something similar to this. I can't say exactly because I haven't been back. Something very similar to this has happened in my home. Now, we're not dragons, but just as with you, a battle ensued and we had to hold our own against one of these children and all of the forces that they amassed against us. Very few of us were able to make it alive, just as now, I imagine. But I'm fortunate to be alive, and I'm taking my second chance at life myself to come back, right the wrongs that have been done, and stop these children of the Scourge however I can.
The expression, the general feeling that you get from Dream Talon changes from the first part of what you say to the more impassioned recollection of what happened to your home, and Dream Talon actually asks after that, and a bit of an air of curiosity. You say that I am so important that I could change the course of the entire world. When your home was attacked, you mentioned that some had been lost, fighting to protect it. Is that true?
Yes.
I witnessed many of my kin fall to the attack from those we had trusted. And though I imagine the battles may have looked different, they probably appeared only all too similar, so I would ask you this then. Of those in your kin, those in your family that died protecting your home, which one would you deem most important?
I don't know everyone that passed from that fight, but I know one. And if there was something I could do to bring him back, I would do anything.
I see. suppose I would question why it is that I should be the one offered this choice, offered this chance. Why not the countless others you must have seen, strewn about the lands we used to call our home? But of course I know the answer to this, as you do as well. I am the eldest, the leader, the most powerful of my kind, and that is why. Is that right, though? That my existence, my life, be valued so much higher than theirs? I guess that is not a choice that is mine to make, as objectively life can be seen as equal throughout, but even without thinking too much on it, there are those that will place some lives above others, for better or worse. I am surprised, though, to hear you admit to this yourself. There's a level of honesty in that. That you would say that there is, in fact, someone that had been lost to you on that day that you do value over the others. And vision begins to clear more as all of you begin to be engulfed in a shadow that sweeps across you from both ends, closing in on you. You look to either side and you see these two massive walls of brass that seem to have come out of nowhere, until they begin to lower and descend, and it's at that point that you realize that the nearby, what appeared to at once have been mountainous ranges of brass, and the ground on which you stand is the back of a absolutely gargantuan dragon. Durand, please make a persuasion check. Okay. About near an hour has passed. The spell is reaching its conclusion, and Drim Talon speaks. Actually, through all your checks, all of the choices that you have made, the DC for this resurrection is a 4.
What?
Whoa.
A 4. On the just a straight D20 roll that I will now make publicly.
Oof.
On the combat. Are you guys ready?
I am.
I'm ready. I'm gonna cry.
Oh shit.
Alright. Here we go. I can't even see it from here. What's that?
What is it?
I can't
I-
tell.
I can't tell. What is it?
I don't know what number it is.
Hold on. Wait, what is it? What number is that?
I can't see the number.
7?
7? Yeah.
7. At the moment I looked at it, it looked like a 1. I was like, oh
Yeah.
no.
I thought it was a 2. Oh my god.
Yeah, I thought it was 2 also, but yeah, it's a 7. But oh my god, if
It's
it
7.
had been 1.
We did it!
Neredian, can you roll a percentile dice for me? Durand, roll a d10, please. Or Elevorn, roll a d10, please. So percentile is the one with the like the tens numbers on it. So Neri, roll that one. Elevorn, a d10, please. I want Elevorn's answer first.
That's an 8.
Okay. Neredian,
60. So
68. Alright. So, Drim Talon speaks. It seems the time for my rest has not yet arrived. You've gone through much trouble, it seems, to bring me back, and the fact that you are here at all, Winneba, tells me that this is a most unusual and important circumstance. I know not what it would be like when I step through the doors once more to the other side. But how can I not go where I am needed? And you all watch, perceive as Drim Talon walks past the four of you. And as he does, his massive brass form begins to fade out, disappear, dissolve. As does the realm, the world around you. Neredian, from the other side, as you're watching, you see engulfed in the light of the spell, the offerings made are consumed. The ground itself, as the four of you begin to snap back and come back into consciousness, being accosted by the sights and smells of the material plane. The ground beneath you shifts violently as if it's about to collapse again. The earth and ground around the point where Drim Talon's body had been sort of collapses and caves in. As the spell completes. Now there's a sort of sinkhole within a sinkhole. Drim Talon's body apparently gone. No sign of anything else until breaking through the churned earth and dirt, a small humanoid hand reaches out. That's what we'll pick up next week.
Oh,
How does the hand look?
you did it, guys.
Small. It looks small.
It looks
How many
small.
fingers?
5 fingers.
Okay, good.
It looks small. Smaller than a human's is what it appears.
Oh,
Maybe
no.
a human child.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe something smaller.
But you did it, guys. You did it.
Oh dear. I'm ending it now because that was heavy and serious, and next session's probably gonna start completely not that. So we're just gonna end it here.
Oh no.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.